back to the budget debate 2023 updates. We just heard a lovely presentation from the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Sherwin Holder, who will be joining us as we discuss that presentation that, like all the other presentations that we have been hearing, he would have, really put some blows into that budget and, made some issues very clear in his presentation there. We heard him talking about natural resources. We heard him talk about the regions. And, the major thing that everybody has been talking about, which is the cost of living issues. And we heard him hammering that home, and particularly for the residents of region number 2. So we will be having a chat with him shortly. I want to remind you to, call a friend up, tell them, share these lives. There are many pages that you can view this update on. We're on the People's National Congress Reform page, Facebook, the APNU, AFC page, Facebook, Credible Sources. And you can also find us on YouTube, the People's National Congress Reform page, as we permit you to hear the opposition side of the debate. As we know, a lot of times this is blocked from, the regular media centers, particularly that of the government side. So I hope you enjoyed that presentation where we heard truth and facts coming through. I do think we have, let me just go with you on the lineup that we have coming. Of course, we just heard from none other than Mr. Sherwin Holder, Member of Parliament, and he is our regional representative for region number 2. And he also dealt with natural resource matters. And next on our lineup, I know at this time, I believe on the floor is the Minister of Education, but next on our lineup will be Ms. Joretta Finance, Member of Parliament from the AFC end, who more than likely will be dealing with financial issues, followed by Ms. Tabitha Sarbu-Haley, who has just returned back to Parliament after being suspended for some time based on the incidents which occurred last year. I want to take a conversation to our last presenter, Mr. Sherwin Holder, who, dealt some blows in the House there. I mean, he got a few ministers riling as he spoke. Welcome, Mr. Sherwin Holder.
Yes, thanks for having me.
All right. And let me start by saying a beautiful presentation, bringing the facts out, as most of our MPs, or all, as a matter of fact, all our MPs have done an excellent job over the last 2 days as we go. So let's talk about your presentation just now. Let's talk about that.
I try to, as a regional MP, I'm always up and about in the region. So I have extensive knowledge of what the works that are ongoing, what was done, what was not, where they are, what stage they're at. So that allows me to really dive into this budget and to pick up where the inaccuracies are, the outright lies that they want to put out, or them twisting the truth, twisting the facts. So that is pretty much what I try to get out there. In addition to what I would have seen and observed, I would have been talking obviously with residents throughout the coast. And so that is why I highlighted speaking with Ms. Padmini there from Better Success. And, I was taken back after listening to her and seeing where she lives and the struggles that she go through as a single mother. And it was clear to me that she was putting her everything into her child, into her only child, a daughter she has. And I was really taken back, so I had to get that into the presentation. And I thought about it, and I've expressed there that those are the reasons why we would have put forward that, gives a little stipend to the UG students,
Yeah.
give a um, make UG free. For starters,
Sorry,
make
make
UG
UG
free.
free. Uh-huh.
We've committed to that. It's because of talking with these people, and you feel their pain, you feel their struggles, and so you develop that vision, you develop that plan to deal with situations like that.
I know that you, before we get to, for me, the high point, you talked about the cost of living situation. And I mean, this is something across the board. This is something that everybody is talking about because it's a major issue because this goes across line.
Yeah.
Cost of living affects every single body in the country when we're dealing with that. And you talked about the bottle of oil and what it meant for bringing that. Could we talk about that?
I was just while I can't remember who presentation it was. One of our presenters. No, it was the Minister Kwame Mukai bringing
Yes.
claiming to have purchased sugar for some
400.
some reason. No, the sugar was $120 or something like that, and the
A pack
oil.
like that used to be $60 and $40 though. I noted
Well,
that the pack that he brought in
the thing
would
that
have
I
cost
did,
$60 and $40 before.
if you research the world market price for sugar, for example, it is about $40 per pound. That is what sugar is being sold for on the world market. And so, as a producer
Of sugar.
of sugar, when you have to pay, the citizens have to pay, I don't know, $200 and so per pound. It really speaks volume as to where we are with the production of sugar, where we are in terms of agriculture, where we're going, where we're heading. And so it is very disingenuous for him to bring sugar, which he obviously didn't buy from the community of Moko, and brought a little bottle of oil to say this is $400. But that is not the ordinary bottle of oil that housewives usually buy.
Yeah.
It is the more like the 1 liter, the one closer to 1 liter, and that is pretty much around $800-900. It's double that cost. And so he deliberately attempted to mislead the public. And so that is why I thought that I should bring this in my presentation.
Yeah.
Rice was, every housewife knows. Every single housewife knows that rice, a small bag of rice, was about $1,200, $1,300 a year ago. 1 year later, it's now $2,000, $2,100, depends on the quality and the brand. And so these are undeniable facts that the Guyanese public are aware of, but the PPP seems oblivious to.
And I can understand that in some context because a lot of them don't go to any market to shop anything. So
Yeah.
they don't necessarily
They're quick.
know what is happening in that regard.
They're quick to go on the defensive. They're very quick to go on the defensive, and that's another point I pointed out. When persons bring it to social media that chicken is so much a pound, and I recall that situation with Gordon Mosley exposing it, putting it up. Well, I wouldn't say exposing, but putting it up on social media, and then DPI seeing a minute later, DPI comes and says, no, that is not so, and Guyana, they now have this Guyana marketing cooperation that goes out with chicken and other stuff.
Yeah.
And they sell it at reduced prices. But are they going to sell it all over the country?
And every day?
And every day? Exactly. And sometimes, and I didn't say this in my presentation, but sometimes what they do is that they put pressure. I understand the logic, but everything has to be considered when you decide that you're going to go out and sell this product cheaper. Because for persons who would have been rearing chicken, the price is at $500 or $700, not because they want it to be at that price. It's because of the inputs to the business. The feed price, for example, feed over the last year, feeds for chicken raised from about $5,200. Now chicken feed is about 7,000 plus, 7,100 for starter, and maybe even more in some, depends on which region you live in. So what I'm trying to say is that all the factors have to be considered, taken into consideration before you venture into that. And it's very disingenuous to say that the price is cheaper at border market just come at GPC.
So you're gonna tell a person living in region 2, you gotta come to
Well, that was my thought. That was my thought immediately.
Or Linden, you have to come down to get it at this rate.
Exactly.
And it makes no sense because the truth of the matter is, even in those regions, when we come and we talk about salaries, it's basically the same everywhere. But guess what? Cost of living is different based on the region.
In the hinterlands, it's extremely. I'm really sorry and can't imagine what is actually happening in the hinterland region.
Yeah.
So when they talk about, they got this love for indigenous people and all these things and what they're doing absolutely nothing that could bring the kind of relief that these people need, the immediate relief that these people need. There is no agriculture plan. One of the ways to deal with inflation is that you have to expand agriculture and you have to expand manufacturing. Where is the plan? And that is my question in my presentation. Where is the plan? Region 2 is an agriculture region with great potential. And as an opposition, we are constantly looking and crafting our plan and our vision for Region 2. When we get to that next election, we will unveil that. But for now, we keep pressing the government to do more within the region in the area of infrastructure.
I was just about to get to that.
Let's
go.
You started. The area of infrastructure. I was highlighting to the ministers, Mustafa, who's agriculture minister, and he still has that responsibility for farm to market roads, and Ejil, that if you don't come to the podium to talk about you do so many roads, go to the region and see the conditions that they're in.
And the roads that are actually built, what they look like.
Exactly. And that is what annoyed Ejil, and he stepped out because he didn't want to hear the facts. They budgeted 120 roads, and I was at pains to go to each and every road. I visited those roads, at least most of them, and so I had a clear picture in my mind that more than 50% of those roads have not been completed for the year 2022. 25% of them are not even started. 25% all across the region. And so, that is the state of the region. In Dartmouth, I don't know whether it's incompetence or a mixture of incompetence and lack of inclusivity that led to the Hoppy Street. And you will recall last year, even 2020, they spoke about Hoppy Street. It was on the cards since 2020, I believe. And it keeps reoccurring. And now that they get to doing it, the people are so unhappy about it. They changed the road surface from asphalt to concrete. And with that, I'm an engineer, so there are ways that you can do that. But my first task, as in the coalition government, would have been to consult with the people there. What is it that you really need? Don't take it upon yourselves that they need a concrete road. Now they did this concrete road, and it's this high above the shoulders. It's a fine street. It's a foot high, and 2 vehicles cannot pass. There is no way. You will end up in the drain. There is no way. And then you had people's vehicle being stuck in their homes. Some people's vehicles stuck outside of their homes. I had the unpleasantry of, I'm doing work there, but I was actually inspecting the road and talking with residents. A sand truck comes down, and I have to now reverse hundreds of meters to allow for that truck, because obviously I didn't want the to hamper whatever was happening there. So a resident was injured, actually fell, and I predicted that. If you go back to the tapes on my regional program, I said this is a hazard. When I look at it, I knew that would have happened. And within a matter of weeks, it happened that a resident was injured. And so these are the kind of things that we have to deal with in Region 2. A point to note is that when you look at the budget estimates, I had a look at it this morning, and what I saw was that most of the allocation is there as being used up. And so it's puzzling. If you have 120 roads, 50% of them are not completed. How is it? 25% have not started. How is it that you used? How is it that you used 100% of the fund? You know, something, and I think I read an article which said that, I don't know if it's 2,000 or 3,000 checks were signed on January 3rd or so, days after on the 31st of December, all funds supposed to go back
into.
And so whatever they did there, but it must have been that they signed off on a lot of those sums to keep the money within the region. You're falsifying those checks and claiming that these monies would have been spent when in fact they would not have been spent. And so time did not permit me to get to all these facts, but as we discuss, we will continue to expose them.
One of the other things that you talked about in your presentation, you touched the natural resource sector, where you talked about, you know, some of the things that are being engaged and the lack thereof, and oil and gas. Could you?
Yeah, well, you know, this is actually the piece I prepared. I had a presentation on gas, and then I had a brief one on oil specifically. But what I'm saying is that there's no feasibility study to begin with. There's no feasibility study. How could you have a project? How could you have a project that this is a landmark project in terms of the funding, way bigger than Amelia Falls? That was a disaster. Way bigger than the huge fiber optic cable, and that was a disaster. Way bigger than Skeldon factory, and that was a disaster. But here you are signing on to an even greater project, an even bigger project, and you're not going to do a feasibility study. But you cunningly use whatever you have at your disposal to place this project at Wales, costing the taxpayers over $100 million. Wow. Imagine what that could have done for the vulnerable, the poor, the working class. Imagine those increases that they don't want to give that could have been given. Teachers, I didn't get to touch teachers. I had it in my scrap notes, but I could not have touched on teachers, not given an increase. It's so unconscionable. And when you look at the callous way in which they deal with these projects, you know, it's very, 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 very shameful.
The resonating sentiment being expressed every time I sit here with an MP who has presented, and as you are clearly stating here again, there is definitely a lack of planning, a lack of getting any sort of documentation, a lack of consultation from the bottom end to, you know, really develop something that will be suitable for the population in every single sector. That's what we're hearing.
If you listen to Frank and you listen to what I rebutted at the beginning, Frank clearly said that y'all could talk wherever y'all want, not a figure will change in this budget. And that is the approach. You know, when finally talks about the one Guyana and inclusive governance, and so it's totally opposite. It's non-existent. If they had consulted on this gas to show a project together, we could have come up with a proposal that would have been beneficial and would have been acceptable to all. They look. I don't have it written here in my presentation, and these are pieces that I would have missed, but I will still share it with the public.
Correct.
The price. Well, I think I had something on the price. It would have tripled. It would have tripled from the initial cost that they would have announced. Somewhere about 300 million, and it keep going up. This is for the gas plant
Yes,
alone.
yeah.
This is not for the oil pipeline.
Mhm.
But the gas plant alone, to get it amounts now to about $2 billion, right? We're talking about US. We're not talking
Yes.
about Guyana dollars. I want to make that very,
Very
very
clear.
clear. But yet, and when they initially announced this project, they told the Guyanese public that you're going to see a 50% reduction in your electricity bill. Now, the cost for the project has doubled, and then it has tripled. How is it
Are
that
you
you can
catering
still
Mhm.
you can still say to the Guyanese public that the
Cost
the
of
cost
of
of electricity will cut by 50%? Unless there's something that we don't know. Unless it was, there's something there that the Guyanese public that they're not saying to the Guyanese public. If that is the case. Now I've highlighted a number of other questions here that they don't want to answer, and that is the unit cost of the gas the pipeline will supply. We don't know anything on that. We don't know anything on the agreement between the government of Guyana and ExxonMobil for the construction of the pipeline.
Yes.
These are crucial matters, projects that they're saying that it's coming on stream. You have all kinds of initial preparation, mobilization already happening, and nothing is out there to the public. The final costs for the pipeline and the provisions that are in place to address any cost overruns. So often we see overruns, and this project in itself could be considered overrun because you start at a particular figure and you end up three times more. So there is nothing that will prevent it tripling again, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
And so the people of Guyana deserves answers to these questions. No checks and balances. And you see, it comes back to the point. It comes back to the point why they didn't want any opposition on the Natural Resource Fund Board, because they don't want scrutiny. They don't want scrutiny. And in fact, they began to spend oil money before that board was properly constituted. So those are some of the issues. Now, there is, and the public needs to latch on to this. The newspapers need to latch on to this. There is this new company that they would have been signing agreement between the company and Engineers India Limited, a company in India, for some works. Now the country was never told about this new company. Right. We thought that it's GPL who manages power, and so GPL, we understand that there's checks and balances already established, there's an already established framework. And so we thought that was the direction. Now we're hearing about GPG, which is Guyana Power and Gas Inc. And they're moving ahead, signing deals with a company name by the name of Engineers India Limited, with respect to the gas ashore project, and that opens up a lot of questions. Now, I said to the public in closing on this gas pipeline matter that the biggest issue is that the government intends to finance a stake in the shore pipeline directly from coarse oil. Wow. What it allows is for a bypass of the normal public procurement system, the Auditor General, the committee with responsibility in Parliament, the PAC, the Public Accounts Committee, all of them.
So this is a backdoor way, we call it.
Truly, it's a backdoor way, and I dare say to the public that it's unconstitutional because it violates our Fiscal Management and Accountability Act, and so people have to see it for what it really is. People have to see this government for what they really are. And I dare say to you, the public, that they are a government who only is concerned about their personal ambitions, and those ambitions are what they put first before the people. Before the people, exactly, before the people. Before the people. And so that is what my gas to shore comments were about. Of course, in the oil, directly in the oil sector, I would have commented on the issue of full coverage insurance,
Sure. Yes.
which is critical. Look, if there is an oil spill, God forbid, if there is an oil spill, all the money that we would have earned and catered to earn will dry up in an instant. When you look around the world, the Gulf of Mexico spill, and I think it was the Gulf of Mexico where BP had to pay how many billions of US dollars. You had some other spills recently around the world. When you look at that cost to clean up, so you got to deal with, other than cleaning up, you got to deal with the fishing industry, which will suffer, already suffering, and this is direct. This will have a direct impact on the livelihood of thousands of Guyanese, other than taking away this revenue. And this thing that gives us hope, it will have a direct impact. And so the issue of full coverage insurance has to be brought to the fore. I also highlighted the fact that the coalition, I didn't say the coalition, but the coalition would have reasoned that there has to be an audit of the oil expense, because we're talking about billions of US dollars. And so if you cannot know what the expenses are, and your partner can simply come and claim $100 million here, $100 million there, and you have no clue, then it is we the people who lose.
Yeah.
And so it is important that you have an audit. We would have considered those facts, and we would have ventured into taking out a loan. And the loan is expensive. It's heavy. I think it's $9 billion. I can't remember. But the reason is that you will lose much more. Much more. You will lose in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it is wise to do the audit. It is wise to do the audit. We took out that loan and they shelved it. They shelved it for a number of years, and it is only after pressure that they made an announcement that they will do the audit. They announced the audit is supposed to just be for 4 months. I don't know, or the people of Guyana don't know if it's completed. We hear that it started, and that was said since around February, March, early in the year. The news subsequently asked the president, when will the report from the audit, the results, the findings of the audit come out? And
there was a request.
He pushed it back again twice. The last time saying that it will come out at year end in December, and it's still not here. Now, if we consider this issue, seriously consider this issue, this is an audit, just auditing the expense. This is something done in the interest of all Guyanese.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be anything, and the government, in their best interest. And so they can come out and say, look, these are the findings, and this has to be corrected. It doesn't implicate them, or it shouldn't implicate them in any way. But there seems to be some sort of ulterior motive. That is the only way I would explain why they keep hiding this audit report. And so I would urge the Guyanese people, the media, and all our organizations, transparency, advocates, etc., to keep pushing, keep pressing to ensure that these things are not swept under the carpet.
All right. That was a lot. I can't remember. I know we covered the oil, we covered your region.
Yes, we had some other issues within the region. I touched briefly on health.
Yes.
I touched on health. You see, what is happening in this budget? There is a focus on hard infrastructure, tangible infrastructure, and nothing is wrong with that. But the direction that they are going in is they're looking to build specialty hospitals. That has been something that sorts of give this government an orgasm. They totally love specialty this and specialty that. Nothing is wrong with that. but you got to fix the existing system first. Sunny Hospital is in total chaos. Total chaos. You've got to fix. They got leaky roofs. I didn't mention that in the thing. You got leaky roofs. You got staff shortage. You got all sorts of craziness within the system that needs fixing. And so I'm saying to the public that you need to fix that first. Pump the billions into this to the services, the existing services, and then we look at these specialty hospitals. I highlighted the ambulance.
And we have been waiting on that one out right in front of where we're here today. That space of land that I have heard of since I was in secondary school. I think I've heard that this specialty hospital will be built, and I'm still waiting to even see the foundation. And if I remember, that was a deal as well with the Indian government, or an organization from India.
Well, Shanika, this is the way of the people government. One, I would say, is that they find a way for these kickbacks, and these mega projects give them that opportunity. And two, they often announce these massive projects, knowing fully well that they're nowhere close to financing it. They don't even know where the money will come from. That's why I highlighted with the Demerara Harbour Bridge. You will recall that since 2020, it was under our government, we had some challenges. They announced that they're so much better, and they're reviewing and they're changing location and everything to try in an attempt to own the project. But the only problem is that they had no finance faith. They had after the discussion with Mr. Su and Jagyo in his home, that thing began to fall apart. And it's only recently that we saw them taking a loan or applying for a loan somewhere. So it dawned on me, and it should dawn on the nation, that they hadn't the finances ready. They hadn't worked that out already.
Poor planning as usual.
In the region, I highlighted projects, similar projects where they announced. Of course, they had the hospital. They announced the hospital 2 years ago, and there's only now I see a little bit of sand moving into a controversial area. That's for another discussion as I get the facts on that. I didn't want to put it out there before getting all of the facts, but they would have moved from the location that would have been identified for years now for the hospital. They said it would be in Regina. That was a totally new initiative, and now it's at Lima. I have no problem with it being at Lima, but I have a problem with the secrecy and the non-transparent manner in which these projects are undertaken. Look, still on their promises, you had the minister, you would recall, the sports minister. I didn't dig in too much into him, but the sports minister promised an indoor stadium, and there was big fanfare in the National Assembly. We will do this multi-billion-dollar project. It was initiated by APNU AFC in 2017. I can recall that clearly. But after the no confidence motion, it dropped off. They credit to them, they brought it back, and they said that they got the finances, etc. But up until now, not a stone has been turned. So the youths of Region 2 who are so quite excited by this project now,
I mean, we hear a lot of projects. People come to the National Assembly and say they're completed or they're being done, and we see nothing of the nature. We had the issue of the 2 tracks. The Ministerial said it was completed.
You know what happened with him? Let me tell you what happened with Ash. I observed it. He regurgitated a lot of things from 2020, 2021, 2022. But what happened to him? I don't know. I don't want to say he's incompetent. He has been Minister of Finance for a long time. And he certainly has the ability. Or maybe it's laziness, callousness, I don't know what, or some disagreement within their own party. I don't know what exactly
information
it is. But he, in my view, What he did was to read the reports that directly that came from ministries and came from regions, and they will have a lot of fluff because they think that they could fool the central the bosses at the top, and so now the boss reading that thing without verifying or confirming that these projects were actually got off the ground and they were actually complete. That is why Ejil walked out because he didn't want to face those facts.
Because even in his case, his ministry, he was in the National Assembly saying that, the road in Pleasance, which of course I'm from, was being done. And, he talked about the in front of the opposition leader, how we should be happy to see that the roads are being done. And the truth is, that project started sometime in maybe February or March of 2021, early up in the year, which should have been completed in December. And November, that entire project was halted. They graded the roads, etc., left the roads in a state. I mean, I'm going to eventually get those pictures and put it up for viewers to see the state of those roads. And at this time, as we speak, although he came in and said, as we're speaking, these roads are doing absolutely nothing was happening. And in fact, the half of the road which the opposition leader lives on, that he claims is being done, there is absolutely no work occurring there.
I was
and
there.
he stood there in the National Assembly and said this was occurring.
Yeah, and they don't have a choice because for this abysmal performance, they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. You know what's happening with them? You know what's happening with them? They are giving their friends, family, and faithfuls a lot of contract. And this was the point that I brought. You got one person in region 2 got over $1 billion. And you got others 500, 600, 700 million dollars and counting. Now they have so many contracts that they don't have the resources to deal with all of them, and the capacity, the competence is not there. Some of them don't have experience. And so these projects are just left there. When we make some noise and we expose it, they grade it as a start, they just grade it. And so to give the public an impression that, works are being done there. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And this is something that is not, I hear you saying it in Region 4, and that is the case. It's the same in Region 2, and I'm certain in all the other regions, because that is the modus operandi of the PPP. That is how they operate.
I mean, on the East Bank too, we started seeing some work being done on the road. The machines, everything came in, and then Blam they did a little grading, and all the machines disappeared. So, I mean, that's what we're seeing all around when we're seeing this happening. I'm looking to see, I think on the floor, the Minister of Education would have just completed her presentation, which means that Ms. Doretta Fernandez should be coming shortly to give her presentation. And of course, we will ensure that our viewers get to see that. But, it was really good sitting here and having this discussion with you and permitting you to, venture further into your debate and to present some of the information that you didn't get to present on the floor, because everybody knows time just flies. Thank you. I see Ms. Doretta
thanks for having me.
Coming in. Let's get that.
Because she took the time to explain that there's a young person that was looking at the debates and they could not believe, the chaos. They're horrified. Sir, I remember being one of those horrified persons looking on at the performance of Miss Manichan in the National Assembly. Sir, it was the very member that stood in the National Assembly screaming, rape, rape, rape. Sir, why did she not know of the sensitivity of that matter back then that she come to preach to us about here today?
Honorable.
That is absolutely untrue. The honorable member knows that is absolutely untrue.
Honorable Minister, Honorable
No,
Minister.
this is a serious
Honorable
issue,
Minister.
sir.
Honorable,
Sir, I'm willing
honorable
to
member.
present the video to this honorable house,
And
sir.
I would ask the honorable member to lay it over in this house. Let's put this matter to rest.
Honorable
Let's
members.
put this matter to rest. It's an important matter. Rape is not something we play with, sir. Let's put this matter to rest.
Honorable members, there is a reason why we have standing orders. The standing order says that when the speaker is speaking, that there must be silence in the house. If there's an issue that comes to the floor, it is to be addressed in line with the standing orders that are published. I'm sure everyone has had a copy of that. Honorable Fernandes, I will say that the standing orders also dictate that every member of parliament in this house is an honorable member. And I think that the speaker also circulated, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, on words that one may not use that are unparliamentary. Please be guided by those. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Noted. To continue, sir, to address something said by the honorable member, Ms. Manichan. The honorable member, Ms. Manichan, so there and try to lecture to us, to tell us what is equity. And in her explanation of equity, sir, she actually explained what is equality. There is a vast difference between equity and equality. And you cannot misconstrue those concepts, sir. They are very dense economic concepts that have heavy meaning. The honorable member actually explained equity as giving everybody textbooks. That's equality, honorable member, Minister of Education. Sir, equity would be in the distribution of textbook if you give textbooks to the poorest families first, to the poorest communities first, because they are the most vulnerable in society and they need it the most, sir. Sir, and just in case the honorable member needs an avenue to test whether or not her policies are being effective, sir, equality and equity, sir, in order for you to actually measure if your policies, particularly the resources that you inject into the system, is being done in an equitable manner, you should be getting equal outcome. So unless every part of Guyana is actually given and having the equal outcome in the education sector, then the Honorable Minister of Education need not stand here and attempt to lecture us on concepts that she is yet to perfect. Sir, I will head into my presentation now. Guyana has entered a period of profound power, financial power, in the hands of central government. And because of this, rightfully so, Guyanese are demanding more today than they ever did before. Significant improvement in healthcare, higher standard of living, highest quality of education, a living wage, and dignified housing. Those things are no longer things our people hope for. These are things that they now demand, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. With Guyana's population of about 750,000 as of the last census, I don't know where the next one is, the government is now tabling a budget of $781.9 billion. So that amounts to 1.04 million per Guyanese and 3.72 million per Guyanese family. Mr. Speaker, the budget accounts for every Guyanese family $300 $110,000. This is the reality that we are facing with here today in this house. It is therefore only natural for the people to expect that this budget will include provisions that would immediately end things like childhood hunger. It is natural to expect provisions that would make costs no longer a hindrance for persons achieving a higher education. It is natural to expect that in this budget, there should be provisions that provide emergency housing for the thousands of Guyanese families who suffer the indignity of living in squalors of many squatting areas and has nowhere else to go, sir. By such, sir, it is natural. Sir, as natural as these expectations may be, you can search near and far in Budget 2023 as presented by Honorable Ashni Singh, and you will not find any policy measure that is addressing those needs in 2023 budget, sir. Instead, in oil-rich Guyana, Guyanese are struggling to feed their families, giving up on their hopes of attending university and praying that the PPP don't target their homes, some built in squatting areas, for the next level of destruction, sir. Guyanese are forced to go through another year without living in dignity and living in the indignities of poverty in this country, sir, with a budget of $781.9 billion being tabled in this house for us, sir. $310,000 per family, sir. Imagine what that would have done for the families who worry where their next meal is coming from. Mr. Speaker, the PPP comes to this house and boasts about the current GDP. Sir, it is such necessary that we put the PPP's 3 years into perspective, sir. The non-oil GDP growth rate recorded over the last three years of the PPP rule is 2.6%. 2.6%, sir. Sir, and Mr. Small IQ over there trying to heckle, sir, his basic understanding of mathematics is stuck at the level of 2 1s 2, 2 into 2, 1. So, sir, you need to take a seat and listen. Now, sir, I know the Honorable Minister Singh last year said, and I'm paraphrasing here, every little child with a pocket calculator would get a different answer. And perhaps, sir, the PPP has given a glimpse into their approach of conducting mathematical analysis necessary for making major economic decisions in this country. Children with pocket calculators. That would actually explain a lot, sir. However, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that the Honorable Minister Singh that sought to make that correction, Dr. Singh for that matter, is able to recognize that when a mathematical problem is that of an exponential nature and not simply A plus B divided by C, sir. So I am confident that he was guided wrong. Mr. Speaker, the PPP's 2.6% growth rate was achieved by emptying the natural resource fund of every cent it contained at the start of 2022. Furthermore, sir, in spite of the last 3 years being the only period of oil production in Guyana's history, in spite of the PPP's borrowings, in 3 years, sir, more money than the combined total of the oil revenues Guyana received in the same period, the PPP's average yearly growth rate still falls short of the GDP that the APNU-AFC achieved, sir. In the first 3 years, that is, of the APNU-AFC being in office. Mr. Speaker, the PPP spent $314 billion more in 2022 than the APNU-AFC spent in 2019. This represents, sir, an increase of 104.5% in government spending, and yet, sir, they delivered only 2.6 GDP rate over the last 3 years, sir. Mr. Speaker, the extent of the PPP's failure is even more profound when you consider the fact that the PPP increased government spending over 23% of non-oil GDP, sir. Now, the Lord members listening here today, I don't want to see on the opposite side. Sir, anyone would understand that if you increase government spending by more than 23% more than the non-oil GDP, and you are receiving a lower GDP, sir, than that 23%, it simply means that other aspects, other sections of the economy is actually declining. But sir, guess what? Now we are to ask, what sections are declining, sir? What part of the economy shrank? Was it the investment? Was it consumption? We are left to wonder whether Guyanese are starting fewer businesses or eating less food, sir. This is what the information presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance shows. Thankfully, sir, we have international organizations to help us answer all of those questions. Sir, I refer to polls published by the IRI, the International Republican Institute, that shows 22% of Guyanese struggling to feed themselves and their families. 57% of Guyanese don't have money for anything but survival, sir. These are the facts we're looking at. This is the PPP's governance. And sir, as damning as the actual data is, if you come to the actual budget that was presented in this house, the Honorable Minister of Finance actually stated that the non-oil GDP growth for 2022 was 11.5%. Sir, but then he lowered his voice a little bit when he came to the targets for 2023, sir, because in the projection that he's putting forward for the growth of the non-oil GDP, he is now saying that unlike the 11.5% that happened in 2022, in 2023, he is projecting 7.9%, sir. The Honorable Minister of Finance came to this house and presenting a budget of $781.9 billion, and yet he is telling us that the non-oil economy will be growing at a slower rate than it did last year. Brace yourself, people. That's what he's saying effectively. Sir, the PPP, my God. Already struggling Guyanese were then faced with skyrocketing inflation. They don't want us to talk about this. Inflation that affected the poorest and most vulnerable members of society the most. Because while general inflations totaled a whopping 13.7% in the PPP's 3 years, food prices have been seeing the worst when it comes to price hikes, sir. Inflated 30% under the PPP's regime, according to the Bureau of Statistics, sir. Sir, that means if you have a family that actually budget, if your family was large enough that you actually had to budget $100,000 for food per month, now you have to budget $130,000 more for food per month. Where does these poor families, the most vulnerable in society, get this additional $30,000 to feed themselves? We're talking about the food prices here, sir. Under these conditions, it should be no surprise that the 22% of Guyanese find it difficult to feed themselves and their families, sir. Now we see more evidence in this budget that the PPP intends to continue their policy of monetary expansion with a callous lack of concern for the suffering it is causing and the countless children who are going hungry with their inflationary policy measures, sir. With no changes in the monetary expansion policy and with a clear stated intention to drastically increase the money supply and the domestic market by importing massive amounts of money and currency held at the Natural Resource Fund, by continuing their borrowing spree that we're talking about also, by lowering the interest rate and by the reduced reserve requirement at the commercial bank, among other measures, sir, the PPP still comes to this honorable house with a projection of 3.8% inflation for 2023, sir. Less than the 4.1% that the Honorable Minister Ashley Singh stood in this house last year and projected. For persons who can't remember, he stood in this house last year and he said that the target for 2022's inflation rate would be 4.1%. He was forced to come back here, sir, and to say that the actual inflation was 7.2%. But sir, even with with less data than he has. I predicted, whilst he predicted 4.1, I predicted 8%, sir, with less data than he had. Sir, expansionist monetary policies are inflationary by nature. That is such a difficulty, apparently, for the PPP to understand. Mr. Speaker, the PPP wants to hope that inflation will reduce in spite of them taking no action to achieve projected reduction. Instead, they blame the international market for the inflation caused by the monetary policy that they have in place. And at the same time, sir, they themselves are saying, and the Honorable Minister Singh would have said in his presentation also, that the inflation is caused by the food price increase. Locally grown foods are what we are facing the hiking prices with. So when the Honorable Minister Kwame Mackay came to this house yesterday and brought the sugar and the oil that he took out of the hampers that they take and give to people and say that he got it from Mocha, he can't bring that nonsense to us because the people on the ground are facing the hardship and the difficulties, sir. Sir, the Honorable Minister Ashni Singh stood and presented a budget that stated that the external debt was at 1.6 billion US dollars and the internal debt 2.1 billion US dollars, totaling 3.7 billion US dollars, sir. Given the increased debt per household for 2023 is in excess, sir, of $530,000, sir. This is a reality that Guyanese are facing today. With a budget, sir, of $781.9 billion, the debt burden that is being added to Guyanese shoulders is actually over $500,000 per household. These are the realities that the PPP is bringing to us. Sir, to further elaborate on the domestic debt, the Honorable Ashni Singh went on to say, sir, and I quote, "The growth of domestic debt service payments was in turn largely due to the commencement of principal repayments on debentures issued in 2021 to securitize an inherited overdraft at the central bank." Mr. Speaker, this information is false information deliberately spread to deceive people. That, Mr. Speaker, is disinformation. Mr. Speaker, it was the very Ashni Singh, honorable member, that stood in this house and said that as of August the 2nd, 2020, when the PPP took office, the overdraft was $78.7 billion, sir. And after 4 months of the PPP being in office in 2020, at the end of 2020, the overdraft was $100.6 billion, sir. $37.9 billion in a few months, and they come to talk to us. But that wasn't all, sir. Because just 6 months after that, in June of 2021, the government sold over $200 billion in debentures to clear off the overdraft. They racked up, sir, in less than 1 year. They racked up more than double the overdraft that they inherited from the APNU-AFC administration on the 2nd of August 2020. So how dare they come to this house and speak about inherited overdraft? That, sir, is disinformation, and we will not stand for it. Mr. Speaker, the opening speaker on the government side, Joe Hamilton, honorable member, though he's not in the house right now, spoke of opposing and proposing as an opposition, completely neglected or pretending not to hear the numerous recommendations that continues to be pushed forward by members of the opposition. But sir, let's turn our attention to wages and salaries. Sir, it was in 2016, when the honorable members of the government side, senior members of the PPP administration, stood in the National Assembly and demanded that wages and salaries be increased by 50%. That was them in opposition, sir. That was them proposing as an opposition. That is how they understood it. Sir, back in 2016, the budget was $230 billion. They said public servants should get 50% salary increases. Today, with a budget of $781.9 billion, PPP have absolutely no plan on increasing wages and salaries, not even by 15%, sir. There's absolutely no allocation that is going to provide for that. They talk about line item 6141. There is no allocation that is going to significantly increase wages and salaries for public servants in this country. They suddenly get amnesia when it comes to what you should propose as an opposition, sir. That insult to injury, sir. This one I take personal offense to. The public service minister, oh, she's not in the house right now. I'll speak nevertheless, sir. The public service minister stood in this house yesterday and boldly said that although Ashni Singh, honorable member, spoke in 2022 budget presentations about revising the public service salary scale, it was not until the end of the year that they actually began the process. This is the priority that they actually put on the public servants when it comes to wages and salaries, sir. Mr. Speaker, the PPP has no excuse for not significantly raising wages and salaries for public servants. And sir, I will call them out for having the audacity to tell public servants in this country, because they have been doing this, that the reason why they're not increasing their wages and salaries, sir, is because if you increase more wages and salaries, you're going to put more money out into the economy and it's going to cause inflation, sir. How dare them stand before the people of this country and say that they're going to inject $781.9 billion into the economy. Oh, but if you give poor people money, a little bit more, you can cause inflation. So giving rich people money don't cause inflation too, sir? That's what they want to tell the people of this country. What economic policy are they looking at, sir? In 2016, with a budget of $230 billion, the APNU AFC government gave 10% to the lowest earners in our country, sir. In 2022, with a budget of $552.9 billion, the PPP came and gave the people 8%, sir. And now, sir, in 2023, with a budget of $781.9 billion, we are yet to hear of salary increases for wages and salaries in this country for public servants. They have absolutely no interest in those pledges they made, because it was political gimmicks, and the people of this country is going to stand up and they're going to understand the same way they to date, they have no plan on doing it. They know the truth, but they continue to come here and be heard about this budget. I have to speak about unemployment. Mr. Speaker, the PPP and their most recent attempt to address unemployment, I think, is one of the most sickening attempts that I've heard thus far. Mr. Speaker, senior members of the government saying, and I quote, Guyana today, rather, if you don't have a job, is because you don't want one. And to add insult to injury, sir, they are, and if you need proof, sir, I'm willing to take the video evidence and present it to this house. And to add insult to injury, sir, they are now saying that if you don't have a job, it's because you're lazy. I have heard them say this, and sir, those statements are not only disrespectful to the Guyanese people, sir, those statements are blatant types, as we would say out on the street. To the thousands of university graduates that's still in search of a job. And Mr. Speaker, I think that it would appear that senior members of government do not understand the concept of unemployment and how it's computed. Sir, because if they did know that, they would know that in order for you to be counted as unemployed, you would have to be actively looking for a job and being unable to find one. So to go out there and to say that persons that are unemployed are lazy or they don't want a job, disrespectful to the highest, sir, and I will not stand for it in this house, sir. Sir, according to the data produced by the Bureau of Statistics, youth unemployment was at 31.9%. Sir, and the overall unemployment was at 14.5%, sir. So, and I have to say at this point that this data is actually coming from the third quarter report of the Labor Force Survey of 2021. And I will call the PPP out also on holding back data, hiding information from this country, sir. We are yet to receive the fourth quarter report for the labor service, for the labor survey in this country, and we had absolutely no report being published in the entire year of 2022 because they do not want those facts being addressed by the public, sir. Because when those reports are published, we go through it page for page, line for line, sir, and they need to do better than that. Mr. Speaker, those numbers simply say that over 42,000 persons were unemployed as of the third quarter of 2021. 20,000 there the PPP comes if you don't have it. And how who are quality structure. Y'all forget tech or whatever you did. Forget the work available. With unemployment that they are PPP's idea of unemployment is to provide a job. That's their brilliant idea. Full mismanagement in this already are employed and now unemployed persons are once again breadline. Unemployment in Guyana is real. University graduates are looking for jobs and find. Graduates from technical institutes are looking for programs, are currently looking. This, sir, a lot of them went through programs that he presides over as a sir. And what are we to say of the brilliant policy measures that are in place by this unemployment reality? Sir, nothing in this budget. Mr. Speaker, without addressing the matter of poverty, and so address a statement made. I remember that Indar yesterday. Sir, Mr. Indar stood in this house and of the APN criticized the APN spending too much capital. What current expense? Where salary? It includes things like public assistance. Every bit of people-centered policy comes under current capital. And we will not apologize for spending money on the people of this country. So, and so, it was a campaign of the length and people, sir. Eat Road. And that, oh, they on capital expenditure. Or they have to pick a struggle missing attention to this point. Today, we stand here with a budget of 7, and the more
Thank you, Honorable Member. A minute, Assembly.
thank you, sir. And sir, Mr. Speaker, President, with respect. Principal, sir, that $142,000 will need to cover 30% of someone's income. Someone would need to be making over $400,000 to access that 20% mortgage, sir. This is the reality of what you're speaking about. Mr. Speaker, the low income mortgage ceiling of $20 million is not for low-income earners. And the PPP knows this. That is why when you look at the size of the low-income turnkey houses that they're building, it will not reflect the quality of a $20 million home, sir. These are the realities that we are looking at today. And I have to say, low-income earners today are still left to see where actually they're going to be getting the policy measures that is going to aid them in constructing their homes, sir. For 3 years now, sir, we have come to this house and tried our best to get the fact through to our colleagues on the other side. The PPP governance lacks humanity, and this is something that was very visible only a short while ago in Mokasor. The budget treats Guyana economy as though it is a small collection of large businesses, and we cannot continue like that, sir. In the words of the Indian economist, Amartya Sen, sir, he says, economic growth without investment in human development is unsustainable. It's unethical. It is unsustainable, sir, and it is unethical. It's unsustainable because of the simple fact that an economy is made up of collective efforts and accomplishments of people, hardworking Guyanese, and not a few large businesses, sir. It is the wealth of the people in the economy, not the wealth of the economy that they are in, sir. That must be the primary concern of any reasonable and responsible government. What's their current level of education? What's their health care? What's their diet like? And are Guyanese afforded the opportunity to turn their dreams into reality, sir? These are the questions that would be on the front burner of any responsible governance, sir. In closing, sir, Guyana under the PPP is a place where 57% of our population doesn't have money for anything but survival. Guyana under the PPP is a place where 22% of Guyanese find it difficult to feed themselves and families. Guyana under the PPP is a place where higher education is still out of the reach of the poorest families. All this while the PPP continues to boast of having the fastest growing economy in the world. As predicted, that we will enter year or as an oil producing nation with no real improvement in the lives and the standard of living of the majority of Guyanese family, who will continue to suffer the indignities of poverty in this country, sir. Sir, we can do much better as a people. And I will urge the PPP administration to go back and take a look at the budget that they're presenting to us and take a page out of the book of APN UAFC and actually spend more on current expenditure and the most vulnerable in society. Sir, this is the only way that we should be able to boast about being the fastest growing economy in the world. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Now call on the honorable minister.
I rise to support Budget 2023, tabled by my honorable friend, the Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance. Mr. Speaker, like our previous budgets, Budget 2023 continues to make provision for the development of our country in line with the fundamental philosophy of the People's Progressive Party Civic, which is to secure broad-based, inclusive development for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, successive PPPC governments have always focused on and paid attention to what we believe are some fundamental development imperatives. These include ensuring that our citizens have access to education and that they have access to health care and to safe drinking water, to name a few. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that our people ought to have affordable access to basic food items, such as would ensure a balanced and healthy nutrition. And we believe, Mr. Speaker, that every citizen has a right to shelter and to own a home. We have also focused on ensuring that our people are able to earn a living and secure their livelihoods through dignified work. And additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have paid special attention to the development of agriculture because we are committed to food security for Guyana and all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, these are a few of the fundamental developmental objectives to which the PPP Civic has always been committed. And these are the reasons why I make mention of them now. The first reason that I mention these fundamental objectives of ours, Mr. Speaker, is that these objectives are as indispensable to the well-being of individual citizens as they are for our collective development. Mr. Speaker, we consider things like education, healthcare, food supply, and safe drinking water to be almost akin to fundamental rights. That is why, sir, we are committed to providing certain services free or almost free to those who would otherwise be unable to afford them. And it is why, Mrs. Speaker, we have never wavered in our commitment to providing free education for nursery, primary, and secondary students. Mrs. Speaker, it is why we continue to maintain a free public health care delivery system. And Mrs. Speaker, it's also why we provide a substantial subsidy to old age pensioners for access to potable water. Mrs. Speaker, another reason that I'm drawing attention to these fundamental features of our philosophy is that as simple and basic as these things are, they cannot be taken for granted. We cannot take them for granted, Mrs. Speaker, because it is evident that our colleagues on the opposition benches neither understand nor believe in the importance of these things for development. Mrs. Speaker, when the opposition say, and I do say for the purposes of this presentation, Mrs. Speaker, that when I say opposition, I do exclude the honorable member, Mrs. Schumann, for the purposes of this argument. When the opposition says to the people that there is nothing for them in the budget that provides over $250 billion for investment in and delivery of healthcare, education, housing, and portable water for hundreds of thousands of Guyanese, this is simply a reflection of the fact that the opposition places no value on these things. But for those of us who do value these things, Mrs. Speaker, it is incomprehensible that anyone can say that there is nothing in the budget for ordinary people when we have almost $85 billion allocated for education. This includes the provision of free education at nursery, primary, and secondary levels to almost 200,000 school-aged children. But the opposition sees no value in this. We have substantial subsidies for tertiary education at the University of Guyana, at the universities overseas, and under the GOAL program, which has benefited almost 14,000 young people since its commencement in 2021. Yet they see no value in this. They say the budget has nothing for ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we extended the Because We Care cash grant to all students which brought the number of beneficiaries to close to 215,000 school-aged children. But they see no value in any of this. Our critics continue to maintain that there is nothing in the budget for ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, how can anyone claim that there is nothing in the budget for poor people when we have allocated $95 billion for health, $95 billion for a system that provides health care services to tens of thousands of people each year, a system that provides free of cost services such as doctors' consultations, laboratory tests, prescription drugs, maternal health care, and direct subsidies for dialysis treatment, among other benefits.
Into our post-budget debates, presentation analysis. I like saying that long name. My name is Randolph Critchlow, and of course you'll be joining us all morning. We had Shanika and others on the program this morning. I'm here this afternoon. I'm happy to be here with you to break down what has been happening with, break down the budget and the presentations from the opposition side of the House. And of course, we're not going to waste any time. You just heard there, you were listening to Minister Onij Waldron. And like I said yesterday, you're not missing anything. We're going to, well, because you're not missing anything. So we're going to be chatting with MP Jarita Finance, who just concluded her presentation. Jarita, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Right. Of course, we have my co-host, Shanika Haynes, here with us. And Shanika, I know, was listening to the presentation attentively, and she will have lots of questions to ask. But Jarita, I listened to most of what you had to say. I was, moving about, but I am really interested in your breakdown, and I know you were speaking speaking about the breakdown in terms of applying for a loan, a mortgage, and how that affects and whether or not the budget has anything to support those persons who are average Guyanese who, might be looking to the budget for any support in that measure.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and tell us about that.
Well, the whole reason I spoke about it is because it's coming under the heading in the budget as low income mortgage.
Yes.
Specifically, when you hear low income mortgage, you are automatically thinking that this is going to be benefiting low income earners. That's natural for persons to think that. So you're hearing that the low income mortgage ceiling was increased from $50 million to $20 million. So it's like persons with low income may get excited and say, "Oh, why? Nice, something's in budget for us." But the reality of what is going on there is that if you were to actually go and get a low income mortgage at that ceiling of $20 million, say you want it for like 20 year mortgage, because I think that's the minimum amount of years you can actually take that for at some banks, different policies.
Yeah.
But if you were to take for 20 years, and if you were to go with the rate currently at the Republic Bank of 5.59% there, if you were to take that at that amount, you would actually have to be earning over $400,000 a month just to be able to qualify, because your income, the payback per month have to be at least 30%, and that's a general principle that banks use. I mean, there's different banks, different principles. Some would go like 33%, some say 30%, but I just use an average of 30% to show that this is not actually going to be benefiting low-income earners. And when you talk about housing, we're talking about a budget of $781.9 billion. So you need to be seeing policy measures in there that is actually going to be equitable, is actually going to be making sure that the most vulnerable persons in society are given leverage more so that they can access equally the things that other persons can. And by saying that, raising from $15 to $20 million, low-income earners don't get excited because you can't afford it. So that's the point I was going to make there, because a lot of persons did call me and ask me about that. That's why I mentioned it in my presentation.
Yeah.
I know you started out, right away giving jabs on the persons who presented in front of you.
I was shocked, as the children would say. I was shocked because we had Prima Chan speaking before me, and she's there, and she started by saying, we have to be sensitive about these matters and so forth. And I immediately recalled what she used to say before and her behavior prior at the level of the National Assembly. And I don't even have to speak about it here. Persons can feel free to go and actually go back to videos and so forth and see that. I was shocked to hear those things coming out of her mouth. What?
Maybe we're viewing a change. Priya. You never know. Maybe that was her, and this is new her, 2023 new me.
Well, Indar did say yesterday that in a previous life he was doing something else. So probably it's a similar situation. I don't know.
I find that a lot of the ministers, even the president, they have all these bright moments where they wake up and dream, or they dream something, they wake up and just talk about something. Pretty much like the policies that we're seeing with no proper planning that, everybody has been talking about.
Yeah, but I just touched on two things with Miss Manichan, because she spoke before me. There are certain things that you cannot just left unaddressed.
Yeah.
And the fact that she attempted to speak to equity, and she expounded by saying, everybody's getting textbook and all of that. And the whole concept of equity doesn't state that.
Never.
She was saying equity and describing equality, and it was just so confusing. I think coming from the Minister of Education, sometimes I just expect it to be a little bit differently put and all of that, and better basically. But you cannot say, and I can make the point now, there are certain students, the Ministry of Education has a policy right now, they're saying they're giving breakfast to all grade 6 students, right? They're not saying that they're giving breakfast to all children that come into school without breakfast, which would be the most vulnerable, coming from poor families. That would be an equitable policy. But they're not doing that. They're saying, we're going to give to all persons in grade 6, right? And that even in tune is not even a fact, because I can tell you some schools don't even have the supply. They don't even, who have the program, don't even have the supply to give persons every day. So it's like, you eat yesterday, you can't eat today. I'm telling you, this is a reality that persons are facing out there. So we have to be very much in tune. We are living in a country with significant poverty, and when you have resources, we have oil resources now, we have to be able to structure policies in such a way that we give the most vulnerable more than we're giving to the least vulnerable.
And that's definitely the principle of equity
Yes.
that you're speaking about. I mean, I found that interesting too, because like you said, she just said, okay, so you can give books to everybody.
Yes.
What about the student who can't read the book because they're blind? Are we giving them books that permit them to, feel in terms of the braille, etc.? Are we doing that?
Yeah. But I'm cutting you right now because I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose this thought, right? There is a saying out there, and persons that's viewing now can speak for themselves. I can tell you, you have children out there in the various primary schools out there. Be honest, as Guyanese, how many of you there actually receive all these books that she's talking about? Because they continue to come to the level at the level of National Assembly, say, oh, we're doing this and we're doing that. And when you check the reality on the ground, it's a whole different scenario, because I can tell you that I have a child in primary school level and I'm yet to receive any of those textbooks. And I can tell you the school that my child goes to, which is in Central Georgetown, is yet to receive any of those textbooks. So to say that you have given all these children, that's a lie. I mean, you can't say a lie in the National Assembly. I can say here. I can say it's a lie. The school never received any.
And we're seeing that across the board.
I am, we heard from a number of MPs calling out the government on its half-hearted measure, so to speak, in terms of dealing with the cost of living and poverty alleviation. 0.5% of the budget, I think, was the number dedicated towards, and the wording was to investigate or to the issue of poverty and cost of living. I don't know if I got that correct, but your thoughts on that. I know you went through a number of numbers in your presentation, but your thoughts on the amount of money that this budget sets aside for poverty alleviation and reduction and to deal with the cost of living.
Oh, when we talk about cost of living, there is something that there's an item there that is put in the budget, and they report it as cost of living, money dedicated for cost of living, ease cost of living, right? And that's $5 billion. I want to tell people that $5 billion, it was the same $5 billion last year. Last year, they allocated $5 billion east cost of living. And next week, you will see us actually ask questions when we are looking at the estimates. And we will ask again, what is this money going to be used for? And the same way that they did last year, they did not have any structure, any plan as to how the money will be used, because the slush fund, and these are things that the PPP do over and over again. And we come to the people that we speak about it, because persons need to be very educated on how they do these things. By putting that money there and not being able to say how they're going to spend it or anything like that. And let me tell you something, one of the things that it pains me to say this, but it's the fact that they put $5 billion there in the budget 2022 last year, and we question them on what you're going to do with it. They're just saying ease cost of living. They're not saying specifically how the money is going to be spent. And this year, they're putting another $5 billion, and we will not be permitted to ask how they spent that $5 billion last year. Because every time we attempt to do that, the Speaker of the National Assembly is saying that we're looking at budget 2023. We had our chance to ask about those things last year and all of that. So it's like a sum there that you literally cannot track what the PPP is doing with that money. As it pertains to any other cost of living mitigation policy or anything like that, it's vague, it's non-existent. When we talk about poverty, we have to understand that poverty is, we're talking about the most vulnerable people in society, the most vulnerable. What are you doing for the most vulnerable? There's nothing that is clear there, absolutely nothing. Even if you look at broader heads, you have old age pension. What do they do for old age pension? $5,000? A budget, these people brought a budget this year that was over 40% higher than the budget last year, and they scrape up $5,000 for old age pension. And when it comes to what is that?
The disability.
Oh my goodness! Those persons. It's crazy. I believe that was $3,000. $2,000. Even worse that I thought. My goodness. Yeah. But we continue to speak on these matters, and it's important because persons need to be educated on what is going on with the budget. And I did say, yesterday Indar came to criticize the coalition, and his critique was that we were spending more on the current expenditure side when we were in office, and not the capital expenditure side. And I had to tell people what's current expenditure. Wages and salaries. You're looking at a pension for old age persons. Those things are things, public assistance. That's the things that come on those are the things that comes on the current expenditure. And I said it in the House, and I say it again here. We will not apologize for spending money on people.
On the people.
How dare them come and put that forward as a critique?
And our human resource being the most important in any country, I will continue to repeat this, is the place that you should be spending money when you talk about advancing and the future and all these things, the nice brands that they have for the budget. You have to be spending money there.
And just to backpedal a bit on that slush fund, as you termed it, we see throughout the year, ministers might be popping up in some regions and they're giving out money, right? And of course, this 5 billion, we know this is where it's coming from. We know that it's like the opposition would have been harping on this idea of buying votes. You take some money from this 5 million that you quote unquote say for poverty alleviation of cost of living, and you go up and you give out some cash grants to some people here, you give some people some money there, right? And so this is the nature of them. And like you said, I know you're part of the PAC, and it's the inability to track and monitor what they're doing with the money. And people need to know that. People need to understand this is how they're spending and managing your money.
But a good point to make when you say that is the fact that when it comes to the distribution of the Because We Care cash grant, you would remember that the Minister of Education is speaking proudly about this money being dispersed and so. But when it comes to the accountability, and we've spoken about it over and over, that you send out a bunch of persons with monies in suitcases and bags and haversack and all of those things. And that's not the way in which you monitor and have any clear monetary policy that deals with this distribution of cash. Believe it or not, it was said, I think the audit office they'd say that they were able to do real-time audit of the distribution of those Because We Care cash grants. And that is as laughable as you possibly can think it is, because the audit office hardly has the capacity to do any of the work that they have to do right about now. I keep telling them that they have to go out and ask for more, budget for more, so you have to expand in capacity, because when it comes to the audit office, that particular office is an extremely important office, and the staff there have to be working overtime to make sure that they account for the monies that are being budgeted for, being allocated to these various ministries and so forth. But to think that persons would actually attempt to say that they audited a distribution process by sending out a few persons to a few locations and call it a real-time audit, I think that just goes to show the disrespect to the persons that are actually living in Guyana, because that's not by no definition of the word how you audit. That doesn't work like that.
And the minister herself admitted to many issues during those distributions where they didn't have the money for some groups of persons who names were on the list. They didn't have the money there. Then they called them back sometime. Then they took back some money from some persons who they claimed, they shouldn't have been on the list. And there were really issues that she had to be dealing with throughout that period to ensure, quote unquote, that people got what should have been there. So I don't understand how the audit office could say something like that when the minister herself admitted to that and holding meetings with parents.
They're not saying that they didn't have any issues. They're saying that they were doing real-time audits, but I said that wasn't possible. You have to have a different structure, a different system set up. But I know that the staff there at the audit office work excessively to make sure that they get themselves up to that level right now, because they will be doing value for money audits. Well, they started value for money audits, and that's something that we should look forward to as a people. It's a performance audit. That's the correct terminology to say. That basically, instead of going and see, you asked for $10 million and you spend $10 million through the right process. Now you say, you asked for $10 million to do this. Did you do this? And what was the actual outcome of this policy policy and this action
Oh, okay.
altogether. But audit office does not look at policy, but what is the actual outcome? Did you achieve what you meant to achieve and all of those things? So it's going to be a little more in-depth bit of auditing that we're going to be seeing, and I hope that we get somewhere better with that.
On the issue of audit, though, was the COVID cash grant ever audited, and if so, was it made public?
Well, there is a performance audit out to some extent, but when it comes to any money that was spent under the PPP as it regards to that, absolutely none was done as yet. So I can say that.
Because we heard all the big hurrah about the auditing of the cash grant.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that you brought to bear in your speech is accountability. I don't recall if you specifically mentioned the PAC.
No,
no.
I
stayed away from that.
I didn't mention that because I literally use up all my time. But one of the things that I did talk about is unemployment, because I did note persons from the PPP actually going out there and to take a jab at persons that are unemployed, and I'm not going to allow that because it's disrespectful. The fact of the matter is today that we have university graduates that are working in the public sector that actually when they sign off from that job, they're going on to work taxi or some other job in the evening just to make ends meet for themselves and their families. And for you to call persons are lazy and not looking for employment and all of those things is unacceptable. It's disrespectful to so many persons that are out there, young people. And I give the last bit of statistics, and I did say that was from the third quarter of 2021, because believe it or not, the Bureau of Statistics have not given us any labor force survey since then to now. So the third quarter in 2021 is the last bit of data, and that said that overall there were 42,000 persons there that were unemployed, meaning 42,000 persons were out there looking for work and they can't find it. And 20,000 of those 42,000 were actually young people. That's what the youth unemployment was just pegged there at the third 1.9%. So those are the realities. So I think anybody that goes out there to tell people that in Guyana today, if you don't have a job, is because you don't want one. Sometimes I can't say what I want to. So,
this is not Parliament. You can say things once it's child friendly or family friendly.
All right. What as we end, what is your general characterization of this budget? How would you sum it up?
When I look at the budget, I think one of the things that we have been saying it lacks humanity. I think that's my general characterization of the budget. It lacks humanity, and any economy that is investing every other place than in the human capital is not an economy that is built on sustainable progress. And that's something that we need to acknowledge. And once we don't get to that place of actually investing in human capital, a budget that reeks of humanity, we're not going to be anywhere where we want to be.
Thank you so much.
I say, folks, we were, of course, chatting with Director Finance. You're shadowing finance?
Yeah, I am.
Yes. Just confirm she shadow Minister of Finance, of course, on the opposition side, presenting her case there as to, her thoughts about the budget and budget 2023. We hope that you continue to share the live stream. We'll have some more conversation with MPs as we continue the day. As we take a live look at what is happening on the floor right now, I think we still have Minister Onage Waldron on the floor giving her presentation. We'll continue. What we'll do is take you back to the floor as we prepare for our MP, and we can see what our lineup to go for the day.
Yes, we can pull up our lineup there. I do believe our next presenter is Miss Tabitha Sarbu Haley, who we know is returning back to Parliament after that very long suspension during the issue that occurred some parliaments, some national sittings ago. So she will be back in the House, and we are anticipating that presentation because I'm sure she has a lot to say with everything that has been happening, and particularly what we're seeing in this budget. We know that she also shadows the public service ministry, which we know the minister would have presented already on that. So I'm sure there are a lot of things that she will be talking about there today. And so we'll be looking forward to that presentation from Ms. Haley, who will be followed by another MP of ours in the form of our regional MP, Mr. Jermaine Figuera, who will also be dealing, I think, with youth,
Culture, youth, and
sports,
sport.
and culture.
Yeah.
So we still have a lot about, in this case, we have three other MPs that we'll be looking forward to today. I think, I'm not sure, we may be moving a little early today, so it's 4:42. So we're looking good. We're shortly heading to our fifth speaker in terms of the opposition side of the House. And after Ms. Figuera will be joined as well as another returning MP, Miss Maureen Philadelphia, who is the regional MP for region number 4, where we know there's going to be a lot to say as well there. And, these presentations I do look forward to. I believe they'll be very interesting as we move forward.
And at the end of the day, we have Mr. Schumann, who is supposed to be an opposition MP, but that doesn't act so. So
it'll be interesting to hear his presentation today, to say as much. For want of a better word, I should say.
Definitely. We continue the broadcast here. I think what we can do is to take you back to the floor. You get the last 5 minutes of Onage Waldron and then straight into our MP.
Yeah.
And we'll be back at the end of that presentation to continue to bring you the analysis and breakdown of budget 2023.
Thank you.
Austerity measures other than restricted government borrowing. He asserted that, and I begin quote, the anti-working class character of the government's policy was already formed before its approach to the IMF, close quote. So, Mr. Speaker, from the interventions that we are seeing from the opposite side of this honorable House, we can see that if the opposition had their way, what they would do would be for us to return to the reckless policies of the 70s and the 80s. They would lick out the oil money in the good years, like they squandered the sugar levy. And when the prices drop, true to their anti-working class credentials, it is the poor amongst us who would have to shoulder the brunt of the burden to take us to economic recovery. I know that they don't want to hear these things, Mr. Speaker. They don't want us to expose their history. But, Mr. Speaker, as I said, history repeated itself. Look what happened in 2020, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, almost 30 years after we thought we had closed
Honorable Minister, in order to continue, you need a 5-minute extension.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask that my colleague is given a minimum of 5 minutes to conclude. I would like it to have much more time, of course.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Look what happened in 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, almost 30 years after we thought we had closed the door on a particular sordid chapter of our history, almost 30 years after we thought we had left the nightmare of electoral malpractice behind, came the worst attempt at election rigging. That disgrace, Mr. Speaker, led the OAS observer mission here to declare that he had, and I begin quote, never seen a more transparent attempt to alter the results of the election, end quote. They don't want to hear it, Mr. Speaker, but I'm raising these things because I want to say to all Guyanese who believe that the economic bungling and the electoral malpractice of the 1970s and 80s are firmly in our past, that they would be sadly mistaken. The period 2015 to 2020 shows clearly that the leopard has not changed its stripes. Mr. Speaker, if we dare to think that even for a minute that the danger is behind us, we have powerful proof to the contrary given to us literally today. That proof, Mr. Speaker, lies in the fiction that they continue to promote about the 2020 election. Mr. Speaker, every time that they refer to us as the installed government, as several of the speakers did yesterday and again today, what they are saying about the election is that we lost, they won, and that the real result of the election is in the numbers on the bed sheet, on the spreadsheet, which they can prove from the statements of poll, which the former president has never seen, but which the current leader of the opposition has safely in his position, waited to produce when the time is right to do so. And we can safely say that these things are, we can't safely say that these things are in our past because they have passed on the doctrine to the generations of their party. Some of the most ardent defenders of that big fiction, Mr. Speaker, were the young ones, the future of the opposition. They were the ones who were here at the recount, doubling down on the big fiction every day. The Honorable Member Hughes, the Honorable Member Patterson, the Honorable Members Jones and Duncan, the Honorable Member Manny Paul, who I understand is the youngest member of this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the culture and the values have been handed down to the next generation on that side of the House. So we know what we can expect when the APNU AFC is to be returned to office, even with that generation in leadership. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of development, we usually implicitly mean social and economic development. I've spent a lot of time on our measures for social development because it is important to us to remind the Guyanese people that even as we pursue transformative economic development, that we remain true to our commitment and our core as a people-centered social development, something which the opposition would have them believe is non-existent. I wish, therefore, to turn to some aspects of our economic development as regard tourism, industry, and commerce. Mr. Speaker, CPL will return to Guyana in 2023, and it will again in 2024. In 2022, almost immediately as we announced the dates for Cricket Carnival, hotels were fully booked for that period. In addition to hotel bookings, we had almost 250 potential bed and breakfast facilities that were inspected and conditionally approved to provide service to visitors. Mr. Speaker, Cricket Carnival had tremendous economic impact on a range of Guyanese, including transportation service providers, bed and breakfast owners, small vendors, artists, and performers, in addition to hospital and restaurant operators. It drove record levels of visitor arrivals in September 2022. Our visitor arrival rates for 2022 exceeded 291,000, a 94% increase over 2021. This performance exceeds even the global recovery rate of 65% and the regional average of 81%. We aim to build on this success of Cricket Carnival, Mr. Speaker, and as I said a little earlier, the event will return this year and next year, in keeping with our plans to attract major events and conferences to Guyana with their spillover effects on our service economy. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that a strategy like this would have no prospect of success if our country had not been returned from a pariah status, and it certainly would have been if if we had not foiled the attempts to roll back our democracy in 2020. Mr. Speaker, we continue with our quest to open up new air routes to destination Guyana. You may recall that in 2021, we added a new carrier in the Caribbean, providing access through Barbados to several Caribbean countries and beyond. In 2022, another airline, Fly Always, commenced operating a Guyana to Cuba route. In a few weeks, we will witness the inaugural flight of British Airways, which will commence flights from early 2023, providing a virtually direct route to London. These developments will increase the viability of our business and leisure tourism market. In the area of small business, I am wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, we have disbursed well over 2,000 grants directly to small, medium, and micro enterprises in the 2 years coming into office. Over 2,000 grants, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we disbursed 1,430 grants to these enterprises through the Small Business Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, in the past 5 years of the coalition government, they distributed a mere 560 grants. Mr. Speaker, these grants go mainly to small operators, the man and the woman in the street looking to run a business, and to young people. By this, I mean to say those very people that the opposition claims to care for and say that we do nothing for. We have distributed over 2,000 grants in under 3 years, Mr. Speaker, while they distributed 560 grants in just over 5 years. In my inaugural presentation to this House, I pledged to the administration's commitment to operationalize the Belvedere Business Incubator within our first term in office. Mr. Speaker, You may recall that it drew attention to the fact that the coalition held a purported launch of this facility just prior to the 2020 election gimmick clearly. Mr. Speaker, might I remind the House that the facility that they launched was in fact an empty building, no equipment, no furniture, no staff, not even any electricity. Today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record that October 11, the Belvedere Business Incubator had its relaunch. I'm pleased to report that the center is operational and the businesses within Region 6 have begun to benefit from this investment. There are more than 2,000 pounds of agro-processed products, including a range of indigenous flowers, were already produced at the incubator.
Honorable Minister, I do recall some sentences ago, I think it was 2 minutes ago.
I will wrap up, please, Mr.
Honorable Minister. Some 2 minutes ago, you said you are wrapping up. I think your time is expired. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the initiatives in Budget 2023 by which we shall be improving lives today and building prosperity for tomorrow. I unreservedly support the measures contained in this budget, and I urge members of the Honorable House to support likewise. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Kwame McCoy, it is important that every member is given fair opportunity to be heard, and I would like to hear what the presentations are.
We're asked to and oftentimes demanded that we call each other honorable. And that title, I think, requires also a certain level of responsibility by those who are hold that title. And so, Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first state that as members of Parliament, we should have or hold higher standards, recognize that when we're in this National Assembly, it's not about a laugh and a joke. It's about representing the people. It's about representing the people and the interests of the people. And so everything that we say and do should be in the interest of the people. Now, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I should also add that it also bothers me when members of Parliament, in particular ministers, come to this National Assembly and behave in this manner, how it is that they actually treat their staff in their ministries. That, for me, is bothering. And it begs the question whether the public servants in the various ministries are working under conditions that are not the best. Now, you see, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I have the honor, or I'm not sure, the fortune or misfortune of shadowing the Ministry of Public Service. And yesterday, though I wasn't here, I was able to listen to the, if we call it a presentation, from the Minister of Public Service. And at the end of that presentation, Mr. Speaker, the only two things that came to mind was whether or not the minister was actually in charge of the Ministry of the Opposition or the Ministry of Gold. I couldn't figure out whether it was the Ministry of Public Service. You see, Mr. Speaker, the minister spent 20 of her 30 plus 5 minutes, or 25, speaking about what is happening in the opposition, and another 5 about what is happening in Gold, and very little to nothing about what is happening in her own ministry. You see, Mr. Speaker, besides that, every minister that came up outside, I must give congrats to the Minister of Education, who this morning, I may not have agreed with everything that she said, but she spent most of her minutes giving us a sense of what she plans to do for her ministry, and I must commend her for that. For the Dr. Frank Anthony as well did that today, so I must commend the two of them for that. But the rest of the ministers came here and gave the Guyanese people no sense of what exactly they plan to do with this money that they have placed in this budget. And so I think that is sad. I think that we should expect more from the ministers. Yes, they know what they're doing, but they're here to let the Guyanese people, well, I hope they know what they're doing. I should hope that they know what they're doing. And if they do, then here is where you let the Guyanese people know that we're coming to this assembly, we're asking for $788 billion, and this is what we plan to do with the money that we're asking for. We heard from the Minister of Labor. Did we hear anything about what's happening in labor? We heard from the Minister of Public Service, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Service. I don't know if that is the worst speech that I've heard in the decades I've followed Parliament, but I was more disappointed in the minister because I expected more of the minister. And I don't know her personally, and I'm sure her family and friends think she's a wonderful person, but what was portrayed yesterday, I think as members of Parliament, we could and we should do better. There's always a place for politics. There's always a place to showing that you know somebody's personal information. There's always a place for that. But when we stand here in the National Assembly, it is my honest opinion that we should get to the business of the Assembly and mind our behavior and attitude when it is that we are presenting here. So, wondering about now the public servants, Mr. Speaker, since the minister spoke very little about the public service, there are a lot of questions that I do have, and I'm not sure when we will be at a place for her to be able to respond to them. But I wonder about when you look at the budget and you look at the indicators, for example, the indicators that have done well over the last year were those that dealt with training. So there was a lot of work done where training is concerned. There was a lot of work done where goal is concerned. But all of the indicators that look at the actual policies to help the public service move from where it's at to where it should be have all reduced from where it was last year. Their target and where they actually got was actually reduced from last 2021 to 2022. And I think that is something that we need to look at, because if it is that you're going to come to the National Assembly and you're going to be asking for monies, then you need to be saying what policies are you going to be implementing to ensure that the monies are spent effectively. And so, Mr. Speaker, in spite of everything that is being said, I'm hoping that some of this comes over and comes across as not being facetious, not trying to demean anyone, but helping us to understand that more is expected of us and more should be done while we are in this assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no clue whether or not over the last 2 years, any new policies have been thought up, have been implemented to ensure that the public servants are better off now in terms of their becoming more professional, ensuring that their workspace is in or what it is that they use to get their work done, the services that they have to carry out for the public, whether that has gotten better over time. So hopefully at some stage the minister would be able to speak to these things. I also noticed that in the this 2023 budget that there is some talk about new policies being implemented. I heard the Minister of Labor at some point speaking to the fact that some outside person did an assessment of the labor force. And that is actually a good thing, but I'm hoping that we could get some more information on that, and that maybe that assessment could be laid in the House so that the country will get a sense of where we are, where labor is concerned, and what is required for us to move that forward. Because there's apparently a lot of conversation right now about, a lot of conversation right now about bringing persons into the country because there is some sort of labor shortage. And my question then is, what are we doing as a country to ensure that before we bring persons here, that we ensure that the Guyanese people who need jobs and are looking for jobs are in a position to take those jobs before you actually bring persons from outside for those jobs. So a link between the training that is happening in the public service and what is happening at the Ministry of Labor is actually necessary. And so I'm hoping that we can do something to deal with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I need to comment on something that I forgot I should have done a bit earlier. The Minister of Business, Tourism, I'm not even too sure what her portfolio is. Tourism, business, tourism, yes. Yes, the minister just spoke, and the Honorable Minister just spoke, and she was very good, and I commend her too, for citing Professor Thomas. She actually did it quite a few times, and I was actually shocked that she went to Professor Thomas to quote him. And so if you went till the 1970s, I will bring us a bit further than 1970s, a bit closer. And the same Professor Thomas that she found to be very honorable and very sound, that she would be able to quote him, also said that we had an underground economy that accounts for $188 billion between the years 2001 to 2008. He estimated that the public procurement frauds which took place under the PPP, and this is in Kaitro News article, under the PPP amount to about $140 billion. And he said that he was calculated from the estimates provided by none other than the Guyana's former Auditor General, Anand Gusran, in Part 11 of a series in Public Financial Management. So while it is all good to go back all the way to the 1970s when it was a whole totally different dynamics in the world economy and the local economy during that time. We're going closer to 2001 to 2008, where it's said by that same gentleman of what was happening when the PPP was in office. So we can use the same quotes. So, Mr. Speaker, I also would like to say to something that the minister also mentioned and spoke to what it is or how it is that the AP and UFC would want to spend the oil monies. And she gave a hypothetical situation, and if for some reason, the oil monies, the cost of oil reduces, what would then happen? All the subsidies that we give to persons would then have to dry up and all of those things. But let's look at it this way. The minister has not recognized that what they have just done with this particular budget is drain all of the current monies that we have and put it into capital projects. So let's do that what if scenario. What if, right? What if the oil, the cost of oil drops now? Right? No money has gone to the people, but they're going to capital projects. So the cost of a barrel of oil drops now. What then happens? One, those contracts that you have started will have to stop halfway that you would have used the oil monies for. And the people would have received nothing from the oil funds. And so the people would be left no economically different than they are currently. And the capital projects would be just there for everybody to see have done, as with Skeldon, as as the fiber optic cable and other things that have done in the past. So when it is that you're making such statements, you have to be clear as to what exactly it is that you're saying. And what I think my colleague was saying earlier, Director Finance, is that focusing on the current part of the budget is just as important, and it cannot be left to whims and fancies of anyone without recognizing that it is important to increase the salaries and wages of public servants, and also the ensuring that people have access and opportunities to access good funding so that they can remove themselves out of poverty. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know what is sad and what I recognize is that there are obviously two different philosophies. There is a philosophy that you focus on infrastructure, and then there is a philosophy where you focus on people. And in terms of development, because there are different phases of development, there are different types of development. Development is infrastructural development, but there's also human development. And if it is that we decide that we're going to utilize the majority of our budget and majority of the money from our natural resource fund to focus on capital and infrastructure and not as much on human development, then I think we're going in the wrong direction. Now, on one side of the thing, we have human development, yes, and maybe anybody would say just focusing on human development may not be the best option. I don't disagree with that. But I think we need to find a balance between capital investment and current investment. And sadly, this particular budget does not find that balance. And I think we need to do more where that is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that can be said about this budget. There's a lot that can be said where this budget is concerned. A lot of my colleagues have gone into specifically where they disagree with the budget. I wouldn't say that I disagree with everything. There are some projects that I think are good. There are some projects that I think are good for the country. But what I think needs to be understood is that when the people are the man in the street here, that we have a 40% increase in a budget, and there's money from oil that they didn't think would ever happen, that for ages, and my parents have been saying that we have oil, we just haven't found it yet. Now that the money is being rolled in, they're expecting to get a little bit more from that than they currently are getting. So it's not a case that no, don't do any capital projects, no, don't do any infrastructure, but it's about more, how do we put a little bit more monies into the pockets of those who need it, and those who after this year will see the roads, they will see the bridges, they will see the capital projects, but still can't feed their families. Is there any policy in the budget that deals with that? I'm seeing that, I am saying that, for example, the Ministry of Social Protection, there is $3,000, there is $5,000 for the different sections of our society that particularly need it. But I believe that more is required. And that is what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, on that note, what I will say at the end is more is required of us. More has been demanded of us. With this the oil resources, I think we should do more for the people. And as if it is that we can possibly work together to get that done, I think we would be a better place in this country. There is such a divisiveness. There is such a divisiveness that is happening in our National Assembly and has seeped through the entire society that I think we need to recognize. I think sometimes we live off of it. We think politically that it is the best thing to do, to have our country divided, because that is how you can determine where your votes will come from. But at some point, if it is that as a society we are going to move forward, we need to do better than what we have been seeing over the last 5-10 years in this country, probably since independence. And so I will ask of the government side that yes, you're in government. Some may say installed, you may disagree. Yes, you are there at the helm of power, but that does not mean that you have to wield all the power. And that's where that means, what that means is that this allowing and discriminating and marginalizing against persons who you believe may not be on your side. That is not how a government should function. And so better should be expected of you and demanded of you, and you should do better. Thank you.
Member? And now for the Honorable Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, the Honorable Charles Ramson Jr. Honorable Minister, you may proceed with your contribution.
I present Sir Charles. We're going to hold up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm very pleased to stand before this House to support the largest budget in our country's history. Also, the fact that there are no new taxes added. It's 4 to 1% larger than the previous year's budget. And with the previous speaker, one would expect that coming from the Builders Party, she would be one of the people to support a heavy infrastructure budget to build the country. And after listening to so many of the presentations from the APNU AFC, the opposition side over the last day, I'm reminded of the quote by Mark Twain, where he said, "Let's be thankful for fools, because without them, the rest of us wouldn't be able to succeed." Mr. Speaker, when I came to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, our ministry had $2.4 billion. This year, our ministry is getting $7.1 billion. And I would like to take at this point the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, just to express my gratitude to His Excellency President Ali for all of the support and the guidance, the direction that he's been given to me and to our ministry in the last year. I would like to also take the opportunity to express my gratitude towards the Vice President, Minister Ashni Singh, his team at the Ministry of Finance, for all of the support that they've given to me over the last few months or so in relation to the crafting of the budget. And I would also like to thank all of the people of the communities where we have been working aggressively, where they have welcomed me, welcomed our team, welcomed our ministry, and for all of the work that we've been doing in those communities that have been bringing meaningful and tangible success and development to them. Mr. Speaker, it has been a tremendous year of achievements for the government. A phenomenal year of growth, development. In 2022, over 10,000 house lots were allocated. More than 20,000 since coming into office. And I've said it before and I want to say it again, Mr. Speaker, this will be the greatest transfer of wealth to the average Guyanese person in any 5-year period to date. We've given out more than 7,000 or almost 7,500 scholarships in 2022 and over 13,000 since we came into office. We secured the biggest carbon credit deal in the world, where Guyana will receive a minimum of $750 million for 30% of our standing forests. We also included in that deal, Minister Vikram, the legacy credits of $187 million to cater for the AP and UAFC's failed period. We increased the children's cash grant that the AP and UAFC removed to $30,000, and in this year, we are increasing it to $40,000. We built new highways, thousands of roads and streets, new schools, new hospitals and healthcare clinics, new police stations. The road to Lethem has started. As we promised in the manifesto, all the heavy lifting for the Demerara River Bridge has been done, which Mr. Ramjatan had said, the honorable member had said, was a pipe dream. We also did the heavy lifting for the gas to power project, all of which will be completed within 2 years before our tenure is up. As we promised in the manifesto, we put our oil blocks to auction. As we promised in our manifesto, we passed the local content law. We set a regional record for passing 25 pieces of legislation last year. The government worked with financial institutions to secure the lowest mortgage rates in our country's history so that ordinary people can secure mortgages to build their homes. We secured for the first time in 10 years the CPL finals and the semifinals. As we promised in our manifesto, we launched the Sports Academy. We commenced construction of the mini stadiums. A new mobile phone carrier is about to start operating. We now have visa-free access to the United Kingdom. We signed a deal with Mount Sinai for better health care for Guyanese people. Our non-oil growth, Mr. Speaker, our non-oil growth is 11.5%, which makes us as a country the second fastest growing economy from a non-oil perspective. Leave aside the oil growth that we have had. The non-oil growth, 11.5%, has made us the second fastest growing economy in the world. Our macroeconomic indices have improved as well, Mr. Speaker. Our debt to GDP ratio has improved while other countries like Japan, Singapore, Greece, the US, the UK, Canada, Spain, France, all of them have ballooned their debt positions. Meanwhile, ours has improved. Our balance of trade is now close to $3 billion surplus. Our foreign exchange reserves have now returned to the levels when we have left for leaving office in 2015. Things have been moving so
welcome back, folks, to our post-budget presentation analysis. And we, of course, listening there to the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, Charles Ramson Jr.
Talking nothing about sport.
Pontificating. He's going to spend a few minutes on sports. We'll go back to his presentation in just a few. We continue with our breakdown, and we, of course, are happy to welcome in Tabitha Sarbo Haley to our program, who is the Shadow Minister, former Minister of Public Service. So we'll be questioning her and then giving her opportunity to break down what she would have presented in the house. Welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here
and be back.
Yes.
Those feelings.
I know. I was telling a colleague of mine that when I got the letter stating that that you can return, so to speak, the feeling that I got wasn't a very positive one. I was sort of dejected because of what you have to endure when you're in the parliament, and it's something if you have a choice, you won't put yourself in certain positions to have to be on the certain kind of attacks. And so when I got that letter, I was but you still have to represent. Yes, you still have to be there to represent the people. You have to be able to represent the people, and the people placed you here, and so you have to come and do the work.
Yeah.
Right. So that, of course, trumps any feelings you might have in the moment. So I'm here.
Yeah. And we can, I was just in the house as you were speaking, and we were commenting on the crass behavior of Kwame McCoy, who seems to want to target you. I don't know what it is.
It's consistent. As I said before, when he actually ended up being a physical attack the last time. Since I got into Parliament, he has been at me, and I cannot understand why. It is not my goal to try to get into his head. I just ignore him as much as I no, I don't want to be there. And so I just ignore him as much as I possibly can. So even as he was speaking, I did not hear anything that he said. I was just focused on what it is that I was trying to get over. So hopefully the other sane members of the National Assembly and to the Guyanese people.
Well, we were hearing you very clearly. We just knew that it was happening, but we got to hear your presentation very clearly. And as you said, you clearly didn't seem to pay any attention because your presentation was smooth. And of course, I want to congratulate you on that well put together presentation. You started right away hammering on the minister that you shadowed on her presentation, barely even speaking much on her ministry or her portfolio. Let's talk about that.
Yes, today is my first day back. I was in Parliament yesterday, but I was listening to it online. And when she started, if you follow what has happened in budget presentations in the past, since this session of Parliament has started, I have always gone before her. So I was, as Shadow Minister, present, and then she would come after me. And I thought, well, maybe her being riled up was because of my presentation. And so I was like, okay, I'm hoping that this time I will get a chance to hear her presentation and hope she's coming with some substance so that when I come afterwards, it will not be that sort of, but then when I heard her yesterday, I was like, what? I just simply cannot grasp why a minister, any minister per se, right, would want to come before the nation and behave in that manner. I think persons have misunderstood or have no sense of what it means to be a minister, what it means in terms of how you should carry yourself with decorum, how you should speak, because you're not just a minister for yourself, it's the entire country. All the public servants are looking at her. She is the Minister of Public Service. And so when other public servants behave untoward, they can say, well, the minister does the same thing. They're not setting a good example. And so I was shocked. I was embarrassed. I was disappointed in how she came across yesterday, which left me with not much to respond to, because she didn't give me much as to what policies she planned to implement this year. And then I would be able to, say whether I agree or whether she should tweak something, or whether maybe she should add something else to that particular policy. And so I decided just to pray and say, God, you will tell me what to say, and I will say it, and that is what happened today.
But I want to pick up on that point, because I would have mentioned the same thing. Now, the Minister of Finance comes and he reads this budget.
Yes.
And in reading the budget, what I note that he did, that he recounted some of the successes and achievements of the year before.
Yes.
and years gone by. And then he said, okay, in the coming year, we're going to put X amount of money to this ministry.
Yes.
Now it is incumbent on the responsibility of the minister coming in this week now to say, okay, this money that the minister allocated to us, this is what we are going to do with it. And the people of Guyana deserve that. They deserve to know what is it that you're going to do with these billions of dollars. And as you said rightfully, a lot of ministers come up there and they pontificate and they go on this election rant and this and so we are left with what?
I think the focus is on trying to keep the people riled up about the boogeyman of this 1970s PNC or something rigged election 2020. And so if you keep them focused on that, then they're not going to focus on what you're actually doing with their money and then ensuring that they do what they should with that money. And so in order to keep the country divided, you have to keep bringing up divisive things to maintain your support base. And so somebody has told them that is what they need to do to keep whatever power that they do have. And so that is what I think we see playing out in the National Assembly.
One of the things for me, we had our MPs come before and ask the question specifically about the gold scholarship.
Yes.
In her presentation, we had no answers, no conversation about that gold scholarship, really and truly. No essence to it, because what people have been asking, there is this gold scholarship happening. You give out 3,000, 1,000, wherever. But we are constantly seeing online, because persons are giving reports, people are talking about it, and we know the internet situation in some of the areas that they have opened the gold scholarship to. And nobody's saying, well, this amount was able to complete the program. No sort of report on what happened last year. We're coming here again. And in the budget, we're seeing a lot more happening again with the gold scholarship. What's your thought?
Well, the bottom line is that they made a campaign promise that they have to do 20,000 scholarships, and they're working towards that. They're not dealing with anything whether or not persons are actually completing, whether persons are having difficulty during the process, whether the countries and universities that they're actually sending persons to are actually doing what exactly the people are expecting. That's not what is important to them. What is important for them to come and say, we were able to give us 7,000 scholarships, and that is what is. It reminds me of what happened before 2015. I don't know if you remember, there was a time when there were a lot of places that were doing certificates. And so people were walking around with a lot of these certificates that they had from going to this program and this program and that program, and they have the certificates and still remain unemployed. I think we have another occasion of that happening again with these gold scholarships, because people are going to come up with these certificates, and if it is that you're not preparing them for the right jobs, they're still going to be unemployed based on what it is that they're being trained in. And so that has to be a significant part of whatever it is that you are doing public service. That is why I said in my speech that there needs to be some sort of collaboration between the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Public Service. And they said Action Coach did something on the assessment of labor recently. And so there needs to be some amount of collaboration, so you get a sense of what are the shortages, where are the gaps, and how do we fill these gaps. Even if you have to get work permits for a short time, you have to say, well, okay, we're going to give work permits for the next 5 or 10 years. By then we will have trained our people in this area, and so we no longer be giving work permits in these areas anymore, because we would have trained sufficient people to take over these jobs in 10 years. If you're not doing that, then we will continue the same thing that we're doing right now.
I just want to make the point, what you're saying there, every time we say, every single time,
everybody's talking about
hear the
structure
lack
and policy.
of structure, policy, planning, nothing of the nature. And I mean, that particular ministry, and something that is close to me, you talk about outside of the gold scholarship, this is just one part. You had a lot of students who had scholarships to the University of Guyana who are currently still unemployed. We visited New Amsterdam coming down to year end, and we were hearing about young people who had the opportunity, they completed their courses, not a single call from the ministry to date. Those who they told them, you know, they can go and look for a work in the private sector. There is no filling of those positions even there. And even you had issues where persons are complaining the unemployment, you know, when you're on the scholarship, they haven't employed you, there is a stipend that is given to you that has not been given, and we're hearing money being allocated, but persons are not receiving these funds. You know,
and I want to take that a little further, and you know, put the question to the former Minister of Public Service. I know you and specifically about this goal. Now, even from the beginning, there are lots of lots of talk about them going over the University of Guyana's head and not involving the University of Guyana in all of this, instead of using that money to develop the University of Guyana, let people go there. Now, if we've gone past that, so there's a gold scholarship. Many have claimed that it does not cater for people who want to get into the oil sector. I know MP Vincent Henry spoke about the Amerindians not being trained for the oil sector also. What is your thought? What is your thought? And I mean, I specifically focus on the Department of Youth, not even thinking about training young people for the oil sector. I know you were integrally involved in the public sector and those scholarships. How do you believe that we can use this oil money now to equip our young people to take advantage of those jobs that will become available in the next few years?
Well, there are a number of things that can be done. A lot of it has to do with on different levels. Let me see which level I will start from. Let's start with GITC. I think more funding has to go into GITC, because a lot of there are different levels of who goes into the oil sector. And a lot of those plumbing and masonry and those, there's space for that in the oil sector. But so we need to be able to develop GITC and those technical and vocational those schools, so that they could train more people faster, and with the 21st century training, so that they could jump from that into the oil sector, because most times they come from GITC and they still have to do further training before they can actually get into the oil sector. And so I think that is important. Outside of that, the Ministry of Public Service, yes, I think the government scholarships, which is outside of gold, they would give some amount of scholarships to oil and gas programs, but they're very limited. And I think that too is also a place where they need to look at. But what is important, and that is why the assessment is necessary, is that everything starts with a plan. And so unless you're planning and saying to yourself, okay, for example, last year I asked the Minister of Home Affairs will register citizenship and work permits and so forth comes on to him. I asked him how many persons have asked for work permits over the last year, to get a sense of how many companies and people have come into the country on work permits, and what areas they got the work permits in. Because if you utilize that information, you get a sense of what are the places that you should be training people for, so that you no longer need work permits. And so you have to plan. And so you're planning with the thing of, okay, we need 30 persons in this particular sector, position in oil and gas, or 10 persons in this particular position. And so you train persons for that. But if there is no plan, then it's basically, okay, I'm going to give my friend this oil and gas scholarship, because when they come back, they're going to be the only person with it, and they're going to obviously get the job because there is no competition, right? And if that is your mindset, then you're really not preparing persons for the future. They said that we didn't do it. Now they have the money, they're still not doing it. And so we're going to be in a worse place in the next 5 years, because what is going to happen, more persons are going to come to Guyana and suck up all of the money that you can't get from oil, and the normal, everyday Guyanese who are looking for a job will still be looking for a job.
Or have to contend with those menial jobs that they have, or you know, the part-time jobs that they're offering apparently. But I mean, this is, you know, such a dynamic of many different moving parts, but I believe very importantly that the training of our people to take up those jobs are important. I like what you said, in those technical institutions, we have to ensure that we fund them properly. Right? I want your general take, on the budget as we actually. I know you give jacket when you were on the floor, when you pointed out to some ministers actually came and spoke to their thing, which is
Totally
good.
agree with that. They were the only two indeed, the only two.
Yeah, and I did say that I may not have agreed with everything they said,
Yes.
Yeah.
but at least they
They
spoke
tried.
to their portfolio, right?
Right.
And you're a politician and a
Mhm.
minister, so you got to bring in some of the politics. I
Mhm.
understand that.
Mhm.
But overall, I expected more.
Mhm.
I honestly thought that Ashley Singh was going to cause the opposition to have nothing to say because he's going to bring something so huge
Mhm.
that all you can say is, wow, okay, we really can't say anything but at least one thing that would have been able to shut us up. And I was so disappointed he didn't do that because my take is that, okay, you're a government, yes, you may have a little agenda, a little thing that you want to do on the side. Every government, they do what they need to do.
Mhm.
I may not agree with it. But put something inside that people can say, yes, I get in something this year.
Yeah.
And there was nothing like that. She was 5.5 hours presentation, and that was disappointing. Not as a politician, as a Guyanese, that Guyanese are not feeling happy about the fact that there's $200 billion from the oil sector in the budget, and they're not really getting much from it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is my overall take. That is how I felt after listening to him.
I can understand that as a shadow minister of public service, deals with people in the
Yes.
public service. This budget doesn't necessarily prioritize people, right? As who said, it's big on concrete and short on caring.
Yes, that's a nice way of putting it.
So we understand, and we thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you for
And
having
we
me.
hope that you continue to advocate for the people.
Yes,
for the people.
yes. I pop up every now and then.
Yes.
But I'm here.
All right, folks, thank you very much. As we continue we want to say thank you very much to former minister, and we will definitely continue to talk to our MPs as we continue our program, right? We continue our program and we continue to break down, Shanika, what is happening on the floor. Of course, right now, if we take a live look at what is happening there on the floor, I think Ramson is still pontificating. Right? He's taking a break from his usual Facebook posts and taking out pictures and smiling. I think we'll take a few minutes of Ramson and then we'll come back.
Speaking proprietorship of a barbershop. When he said and boast that the APNUAFC bought a replaced screen at the National Stadium, it was the PPP that built the entire stadium. It was the PPP that built the entire stadium, and that point would be lost on them. That's how parochial them on the other side are. And all of the references that were made in relation to the hosting of tournaments, they were just the temporary beneficiaries of the PPP's vision and investment that we made. And when he mentioned about the sports policy, I happened to go and do some digging to find the minutes of in the National Sports Commission, where at June 28th meetings, where he was at that meeting, along with many other persons. Here's what it says in the meeting. Mr. Butts mentioned that a news report which spoke of a sports policy being presented to minister and cabinet by the end of the month, but was puzzled as to how the commission was left out of the process. Dr. Roach suggests a follow-up meeting with the minister. Mr. Jones mentioned that the associations and federations are saying they had no input into the document, which are contrary to what the reports, which said wide consultation had been completed of the document. Mr. Roach says the whole situation worries him. That is what is contained in the minutes of the National Sports Commission of a meeting that he attended.
Honorable Minister, two things that he, please, I allow you 2 times to make reference to the honorable member without. And secondly, to lay over that minute. To lay over the document.
I will, yes, yes. Yes, and it's important, Mr. Speaker, that what they want me to complete in 2 years, what they want me to complete in 2 years is something that they never completed in 5 years. So it's important to note the duplicity. And when he made reference to the statement by boxer Kevin Alcock, I want you to just listen to what the statement was. And I'll lay over all of this, Mr. Speaker. He said that, no, this is Mr. Kevin Alcock. He said, let me state for the record that I have never met that individual before, and I do not know who he is. He was talking about somebody who was sitting at the press conference. Let me clarify once again that my previous public statement had nothing to do with the government of Guyana and the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, but had to do with the sports associations. In fact, I issued a subsequent statement immediately thereafter stating I've always had the support of the Office of the President and the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. And I express my gratitude for that support. While I do not get involved in politics, and I would like the opposition to leave me out of their drama, as we have to say in Guyana, we have to give Jack his jacket. This Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport has been the most active, supportive, effective, and visionary this country has ever seen. And I can't help but note when we speak about the Allianz Pompi tournament, where even the simple things they couldn't get done. We had to spend $77 million last year to get so that the track can be repaired. Even though the damage to that track happened within their 5-year period, during the warranty, which we could have gotten replaced and fixed for free, because they didn't do what they were supposed to do, we had to spend $77 million for doing that. So, Mr. Speaker, I know time is moving, so I want to move to the...
So this is a good time to ask for an extension for you.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to ask my colleague be given time to conclude his presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Teixeira. Honorable Minister Ramson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Continue to conclude.
The highlight of our cultural calendar was the successful hosting of the Guyana's new tourism product, which was the Cricket Carnival. The ministry partnered with the Ministry of Tourism, Industry and Commerce and successfully held 15 events and a road parade over the 2 weeks period, and it was hugely successful. One of the events was the One Guyana Mega Concert, which saw the fulfillment of a commitment by His Excellency of a stage only for Guyanese artists. This was the largest crowd for any Guyanese only stage in our country's history. And all of the revenue from the gate went to the performers. And the sum, Mr. Speaker, was doubled by President Ali. The other first for us was the moving of independence to the celebration in another region, Anna Regina. This, again, hugely successful. And we intend to rotate to another region every year. We reintroduced the Guyana Prize for Literature, introducing for the first time a youth category, and will culminate in a literary arts festival during the Mashramani period. And Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to show you what happened during APNU's period. They killed the Guyana Prize for Literature. And this is the article that was published in the process of killing the Guyana Prize for Literature. This is October 8th, 2018. Caption, Guyana Prize impasse for cabinet this week. Subcaption, Norton unsure if money available for literary award. Imagine he's the minister and he doesn't show, just George Norton. Imagine he's the minister and doesn't even know if the money is available in the budget for the award. He then goes on to say, I have sent a memo to cabinet. I'm going to cabinet with an agenda. I hope we can discuss it on Tuesday. And what is the result of his Tuesday discussion, his agenda? The prize was killed. It was never held again. Mr. Speaker, working with the ministry, with my colleague ministry, we also were able to secure representation of our culture at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, which was fully funded by Qatar. Working with my brother here, we were able to secure that. We also had the Cultural Creative Industries Grant. The ministry also introduced for the first time the youth culture camps to expose young minds to visual and performing arts, to enhance their awareness of Guyanese culture and heritage. 240 youths participated in the sessions where they focused on traditional drumming and drum making, traditional dance and modern dance, drawing, painting, heritage awareness. During the heritage aspects, they were able to visit historical sites. We held consultations on the cultural policy, which will be concluding this year. We had over 2,000 persons, young people, we were able to engage with in the sector. Some of the projects that we did were significant. We completed the installation of seats at the balcony at the National Culture Center. We also completed the replacement of the Yumana Yana roof. We completed the accessway and Banab at the Hog Island in Windmill. We completed accessibility to projects at Fort Nassau and completed enhancement work to the 1763 monument and Enmore's martyr. This year, one of the big things that we have on our program is to focus on getting our creative industries academy or Institute for Creative Arts credited. This year also on youth, Mr. Speaker, we're spending $94 billion on education, $2.7 billion injected into the University of Guyana, $2.5 billion into the technical institutes, $1.8 billion into gold scholarships, $488 million for the BIT, $200 million into youth entrepreneur projects in agriculture, $960 million for us on training, etc. And this is one of the things that we're most proud of. We have engaged more than 5,000 young people in our youth program, in the science fair or the President's Youth Award. We also had for our robotics training, but one of the things that we are most proud of, which we launched yesterday, we were able to retrofit the buildings and purchase all the tools and do the upskilling for all of the trainers so that we can launch a transformational training program for TechVoc, where young people can enter our institution and get their technical vocational training in 4 months, in 4 of the main areas, and it will be 5 this year. There is no other technical vocational training program in Guyana or in the West Indies where they can get CTVET certified in just 4 months. And we will be expanding that this year. Mr. Speaker, I have the great privilege and honor of being the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport to come and add my voice to all of the work that we've been doing at the ministry and to support the work that the Ministry of Finance has been doing. And I would like to leave this lasting word and this closing word with a special thank you from my own ministry, all of the hardworking staff and all of my colleagues at the cabinet and my ministry for all of the support that they've given to me, to us, and to all of the, by extension, all of the young people, the tens of thousands of young people that our ministry has been able to engage and improve and give leadership and mentorship across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now for the contribution of the Honorable Member, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minister who just concluded his presentation, and in his embryonic remarks, Mr. Speaker, his quote that he quoted was intended to insult the honorable member before him. I too, sir, am reminded of a quote from the famous Greek playwright Aristophanes, who said, and I quote, "Ignorance can be cured, but stupidity is forever." Mr. Speaker, as I stand to join this debate and lend my voice to Budget 2023, permit me to express my gratitude to the hard-working public servants at the Ministry of Finance and the Honorable Member, Dr. Singh, for the budget he has presented. A budget, Mr. Speaker, that promises to play a pivotal role in where our country will go and how our people will benefit from the utilization of the nation's resources, which is yet to be proven. Dr. Singh, the Honorable Member, your hard-working staff at the ministry have given services above and beyond, and they are yet to be rewarded with an increase from this very said budget. Where is the gratitude? Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023, which has guaranteed and garnered from this side of the House the most appropriate adjectives to describe it in its truest sense, in its realness, the honest views of the majority of the people in this country. Mr. Speaker, taking the opportunity as I so have, I too, Mr. Speaker, would accurately like to give my description, of which this budget, I believe, is an unadulterated extortion of the people's money. This budget does not reflect the will and the desires of the small man, the majority of the people who eagerly, hopefully, and optimistic about getting more from this budget, which has epitomized the term, the paradox of plenty. The paradox of plenty, Mr. Speaker. Sir, whenever one reads a budget or listens to the presentation, no matter how long it is, the small man is only concerned with what is in it for him. The pensioners want to know what you have given them. And I say, Mr. Speaker, without successful contradiction, that the paltry sum of $5,000 was not pleasing to this demographic of the population, especially those, Mr. Speaker, who are taking care of their grandchildren. They are immensely disappointed, Mr. Speaker. Parents who will benefit from the Because We Care cash grant of $10,000 more. We are thankful, Mr. Speaker, thankful for this increase, and we welcome it. But equally so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this increase, Madam Minister of Education, should be complemented with the reintroduction of the 5Bs initiative. Mr. McCoy, the honorable member, tried to trivialize the importance of this program, which played, Mr. Speaker, an important role in providing free transportation and hot meals to countless of parents and students who benefited from this initiative, Mr. Speaker. I seriously hope that the Honorable Minister of Education will give some serious consideration to this sensible proposition and add it to her ministry's program. Mr. Speaker, what is one of the most disappointing group of people is our hard-working public servants. who expected from this budget to say what they will be getting, to help cushion them from the challenges posed by high cost of living. They continue to wait in anguish, and it is most unfair to the hardworking people who contribute to the nation's coffers and keeps the engine of government running. The Honorable Minister of Finance, I beseech you, sir, to provide our public servants with the answers they seek. Mr. Speaker, the theme of any budget is of utmost importance, for it gives insights of what is to come and it lays the foundation on which that vision will be realized. But, sir, this budget's theme, improving lives today, building prosperity tomorrow, is an oxymoron in many respects to its contents presented, and in some instances, very misleading, Mr. Speaker, with its inaccuracies and misrepresentation of the facts, of which I will highlight in a moment's time. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to highlight what I believe was the most impressive about Budget 2023, which was the minister's stamina to stand and present for over 6 hours. 6 hours, Mr. Speaker, without a bathroom break. Sir, I must confess.
Just let me correct you, 5 hours and 20 minutes officially.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must confess, I had always admired Dr. Sting's style of debating long before coming to this house. And I believe he too is secretly disappointed that he was unable to give more to the people most in need, which when more is available, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe I speak for every Guyanese, especially all public servants, youths, senior citizens, the vulnerable, and the poor, when I say we wish if this very impressive demonstration of the length of the minister's presentation would have reflected real beneficial policies and programs that would have actually bring tangible life-changing opportunities and benefits to help them with the harsh realities of extremely high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, the plight of the poor in my constituency, Region 10 in particular, and that of the ordinary Guyanese in general, in this country, which is the fastest growing economy in the world, is most unacceptable given the vast wealth and our population size. Mr. Speaker, the framework of Budget 2023, as posited by the Minister of Finance on the 16th of January, is a pointed reminder to all Guyanese that if you are at the bottom of the social ladder, the PPP administration, through its trickle-down economic policies, will ensure you remain there. Referencing the World Bank's report, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that price inflation on food and the essential dietary needs for a food basket remains at well over 20% and continues to rise. No theatrics by the Honorable Member McCoy can dilute or evade this fact. His price trick in an effort to debunk the real expressed views of ordinary Guyanese, with his display of two commodities from his well-endowed food pantry, will not fool anyone. In yesterday's Stabrook News on page 13, captioned, "How the cost of living is hitting people." How the cost of living is hitting people. This is what real Guyanese are saying, Mr. Speaker. Colin Rodney, and I wish the Honorable Member Todd would have been here, because Colin Rodney is also from Linden, and this is what he had to say. Every item has risen in the market. Just imagine we are importing sugar in Guyana. Just imagine we are importing sugar in Guyana, and a pound is now $200. 3 months ago, it was $80. Milk, $720 from $460. Elisa Smith, the rising cost of living is affecting me in groceries. I could not afford to pay $340 to $350 for 1 pound of okra to feed my family of 6. She said ground provision is very expensive too. A pound of plantain is now $240. Citizen Ozan Gordon said, the rise in inflation is too high. 2 to 3 months ago, sweet potato used to be $100 a pound. Now it's $350. Jennifer Ribeiro tomatoes is now $600 a pound. These are the real views of Guyanese people, Mr. Speaker, not the invisible man the minister claimed to have bought his imported sugar from when he voted successfully for the failing Gaisuko that gets billions more every budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I read the comments of the Guyana Agriculture Workers Union saying that this is a pro-budget, I long to ask them to please point us to the measures in this budget that address same. Mr. Speaker, I know you would secretly agree with me that it is utter wickedness when the government would forcefully give public servants 8% increase and tax it in 2022, knowing full well that food prices alone would have absorbed such a meager increase. Mr. Speaker, it is visible for all to see that this budget has heavily endowed the Ministry of Public Works with a very big chunk of budget 2023. Sir, I am forced to admit that the road to development is the building of roads, bridges, and roadways and proper infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this budget, sir, remains of genuine concern for me, for the majority of my colleagues in this House, and all Guyanese living on the coast, which is way below sea level, Mr. Speaker. And no serious consideration is being put to the protection of our sea defenses. Equally, sir, the poor quality of works being executed on our roads, drains, and bridges. Coupled with that, Mr. Speaker, the inadequate skill set at the ministry and at some contracting firms to complete those works to be given in a genuine time is of great concern for us. Mr. Speaker, as important those infrastructural works are for poor Guyanese, as the PPP had said in opposition, they can't eat roads, bridges, and many of them don't work for Gaisuka, Mr. Speaker, which continues to get never-ending billions. Mr. Speaker, I must turn my attention now to provide some comments on the previous speaker's portfolio that continues to pose a challenge to gauge the productivity of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports for me. If one was to ask me from outside of Guyana, which sports discipline had taken off in 2022 under the leadership of Minister Ramson and his Sports Commission, I would have to conduct a study session, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague asks the minister to make sense. I dare say this minister, with this very important ministry, makes no sense. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for speaking on behalf of this ministry. For the Honorable Minister, most of Guyana are aware, Mr. Speaker, that for the last 3 budgets debates in this House, this is what most of us ever, this is what, Mr. Speaker, the minister presentation represented for this minister, whose magnified gross incompetence of this ministry is concerning. This minister, Mr. Speaker, is more concerned about Facebook's like at his ministry's page. In 2020, the Honorable Minister in his debut speech as a minister said, and I quote, "When I got to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, our Facebook page had 6,000 likes. Within 1 month, 10,000 likes." In his 2021 budget presentation, again, the Honorable Minister informed this August House, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Imagine the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, when I got there, had 6,000 likes on its Facebook page. Today, it has over 22,000 likes. and 20,000 followers on Facebook. Mr. Speaker, what a remarkable accomplishment. Well done, Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in thanking the Minister of Finance for ably assisting his colleague, I must inform him that some of the information provided were misleading, grossly inaccurate, and I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Minister wasn't academically or intellectually dishonest. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the Honorable Minister would intentionally provide this House with inaccurate information. But, sir, I must inform him, the Honorable Minister, at page 60 of his budget speech, where he was misled to believe that those two synthetic tracks at Region 6 and 10 were completed. They are far from that reality, Mr. Speaker. The track at Linden, however, was blessed with being fenced twice. So it has two fences, less than 5 feet apart. Less than 5 feet apart, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I do not possess the sagacity to understand the logic of spending an additional $26 million for a second fence. Is it to prevent the country's best athletes from accessing the facility? Sir, it is important to note that despite all of the challenges of having to access the Bayrock facility where the track is being built, did not hinder our region's prolific athletes from winning the 6 consecutive national cycling, swimming, and track and field championships. 17 overall, Mr. Speaker. Sir, what was most disappointing about this victory is that the minister with responsibility for our young people and sports did not recognize the importance to present himself, not only to present the winning trophy for our future sports ambassadors and offer them some encouraging words, which speaks volume of the minister's ineptitude. Equally disappointing, Mr. Speaker, was the no-show of the Minister of Education. That was not expected from the Honorable Minister, Priya Manik-Chan. Mr. Speaker, what is really the plan of the ministry for the continuation of our star athletes after high school? Is there a plan to have the University of Guyana have a real sports program to facilitate the continuation of our nation's sports pursuits? Sir, I believe we have the best of opportunities here and now to utilize one of the most dynamic and phenomenal Vice Chancellor the University of Guyana now has. Dr. Paloma Mohammed is a woman who thinks outside the box. I believe she is a revolutionary. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Ministers of Education and Culture, Youth and Sport should engage the Vice Chancellor to bring this much needed component into reality at the University of Guyana to offer scholarship opportunities to our athletes to continue their education and craft. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I believe the time is right for Linden to be given an arm of the University of Guyana, similar to that attained in Region 6. Sir, as I would have indicated to the President on his visit to Linden, our athletes need more than a completed track and an upgraded grounds. Our athletes need those facilities, Mr. Speaker, to be furnished with gyms and athletic training equipment, different sports gears for the respective disciplines, trained coaches, exchange programs, and scholarships for our gifted athletes, which he accepted is most needed, and I presume he was in full agreement. Mr. Speaker, I am happy with the increased allocation for sports, but I must confess, I do have some legitimate concerns of seeing the benefits of all those monies. Mr. Speaker, the reality is none of the sports discipline in this country have improved despite having all of those resources. None of the sports discipline is in January 2023 are at the levels of 2019 rather, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the distinct failure of the minister with a responsibility for this sector has compelled none other than the head of state himself on the 27th of October 2022 to publicly apologize to the nation's athletes for the lack of support they received. This is the president, Mr. Speaker, saying that he apologized to the nation's athletes for the lack of support they received. Mr. Speaker, he assured athletes that under his watch, Mr. Speaker, their sacrifices and challenges of the past will not be their future. Sir, this statement by the head of state is testament to the confirmed failure of the minister to execute his mandate on behalf of the president as his.
Honorable member, I have no problem with you quoting what the president says, but now attributing that to failure of the minister's imputation. You need to withdraw that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by the president, by virtue of his own words, has expressed his no confidence in his minister, who is clueless.
Absolutely not. You're trying hard to say the same thing. Please withdraw that one. You've been going great so far. You've covered so much of ground in such a short time. You're going great. Don't spoil it.
Mr. Speaker, in heeding to your advice, one would be directed to say, based on the president's comments, Mr. Speaker, it can be inferred that the president himself has expressed no confidence in his minister.
Okay, you're insisting that you want to use that, right? You can. There is an issue with respect to standing orders and using the president's name to influence the debate. You're now trying to use that to say the president has no confidence in the minister, and I don't think that's what he said.
Okay,
And
Mr.
so
Speaker.
please strike all of those, and I'm striking them right now from the records, and don't go back down that road.
I'm so guided, Mr. Speaker, and I wish that I would be less. I wish I could continue uninterrupted with your guidance, of course, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the development of culture, youth, and sport, despite being given sufficient resources, Mr. Speaker, has not garnered any significant difference under the leadership of this minister. Mr. Speaker, those words uttered by the head of state, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is one in which, Mr. Speaker, that any self-respecting person having heard those words from their boss would have done the honorable and dignified thing, Mr. Speaker, and resigned. Sir, it is a mark of mature intelligence, Mr. Speaker, when one can not only read between the lines, when one can read not what only is. Mr. Speaker, it is a mark of mature intelligence when one can read not only what is on the lines, but between the lines. The president, in an effort, Mr. Speaker, to save and salvage the undeniable failure of the ministry.
You have to now totally withdraw that, because now you're using, I think, intentionally to deal with influencing the procedure in the parliament. And the standing order is quite clear. Quoting what the
Mr.
president
Speaker,
said is.
Withdrawn, Mr. Speaker.
And I'm not taking away your time. I've stopped the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, in efforts to save and salvage the undeniable failure of the ministry, many efforts, Mr. Speaker, were taken charge by the superior head of this minister to take charge himself with regards to leading the country's two most prolific sports, cricket and football, in 2022, with the concepts Cricket Carnival and the President's Cup. But is that enough, Mr. Speaker? Is that what is needed to develop sports in Guyana? Certainly not, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 4.3 billion allocation, which is a significant increase of $1.1 billion, will essentially focus, I am told, on construction of multi-purpose sporting facilities and ensuring there is much needed infrastructure. But Mr. Speaker, the development of sports requires much more than infrastructural development. That is most welcome. The ministry had $3 billion last year for sports, a reflection of $7.5 billion in 2 years, and $9 billion will happen this year, Mr. Speaker. The needed question to be answered, Mr. Speaker, where is the evidence of all those resources? What significant impact was made from the utilization of those resources? Who really benefited, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, did the Everest Cricket Ground had any benefit from the monies that were exploited? I don't expect you to answer, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I was told that the minister loves cricket. He's an ardent fan of the sport. Mr. Speaker, with all this love for this sport, how many regions was furnished with cricket pitches to promote this sport by the minister who claimed to love cricket? Mr. Speaker, the development of an all-purpose cricket club at the National Stadium, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, the region with the most prolific athletes, Region 10, has no cricket pitch. How many regions benefited from cricket gears, and how many cricket matches were supported by the minister? How many football courts were constructed across this country, and in which region benefited from gears? How many coaches from the respective disciplines benefited from accredited coaching programs from the parent bodies of those different associations and federations? How many associations, federations, and clubs were furnished with the necessary equipment and athletes with the proper gear for their respective sport of choice? Mr. Speaker, what did the increased allocation over the past 2 years did for impacting any identifiable sport? I dare say none. Mr. Speaker, we had oil money in 2022 budget. Sports was given $3 billion, and our athletes overseas representing Guyana, the fastest growing economy in the world, were begging for food and proper medical personnel, while the minister was issuing press statement to save face. What an embarrassment. What a disgrace. Mr. Speaker, we had oil money in 2022, and the national under-14 footballers had to miss an important CONCACAF tournament because of airfares challenges at that time, Mr. Speaker. It would seem that the more money we have, the more difficulty we have, Mr. Speaker, in making prudent decisions. The more money we have, Mr. Speaker, the harder it is to see the evidence of those spendings. Mr. Speaker, the minister boasted in his 2022 budget presentation about receiving support of all the sporting disciplines in Guyana. My question, Mr. Speaker, is the minister willing to give in 2023 each of the sporting disciplines that he claims supported him, Mr. Speaker, a financial subvention of at least 25% of their annual budget to avoid Guyanese ambassadors begging when they represent us abroad and to assist with their sports programs? We have oil money. We should use it wisely for our athletes' benefit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Sports spent close to $500 million in the last 2 years, and the Honorable Dr. Singh during his presentation indicated that 54 community grounds were upgraded across Region 1 to 6 and Regions 8 to 9. The revelation has aroused the suspicion of many communities, and we would like to know from the minister the names of those community grounds and how much resources were expended for those said upgrades. Mr. Speaker, in December, the Region 4 East Coast team, December 2022, had to travel all the way to the East Bank to use the GFF all-weather grounds to complete the village aspect of the tournament. This is because the minister only enhanced sunshine grounds. None of the investment went into all-weather facilities, which was suggested in my presentation last year, starting with one such ground in all 10 regions because it is most needed given our climate. Mr. Speaker, with 250 million in 2022 and an additional 250 in 2023, an equivalent of $500 million for ground enhancement. And no region can boast of having an all-weather ground except at the national stadium for only cricket, with lights, washroom facilities, and a mini pavilion that can accommodate at least 1,000 spectators, Mr. Speaker. With all these resources is grossly unacceptable. This is the vision of the minister and the ministry, even as Guyana, Mr. Speaker, continues in its harvesting of oil money from the billions of oil from our natural patrimony. Mr. Speaker, I have always, in my conscious effort to help the minister, provided not only constructive criticisms, which he apparently takes personal, but it is never with the intent to belittle the minister. That is not my forte, for he does that on his own. Sir, in every single budget debate, I have provided workable solutions that I know once implemented, it will enhance sports in general and provide our nation's athletes with the best opportunities to excel and succeed in their craft. Mr. Speaker, sports has to play a more defining role in carving our national identity. It requires a strategic time-bound developmental plan, a plan, Mr. Speaker, that requires a deliberate, tailored, and focused approach in identifying out of the 40 Olympic disciplines, 10 or 15 disciplines that provides us with the greatest of opportunities of winning Olympic medals, focusing on those identified disciplines as a national priority with a time frame as advised in my 2021 budget presentation should be taken seriously.
Uh, at this time, a serious extension is needed.
Comrade Speaker, I move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude his presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, please.
Thank you for your gracious extension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the minister and his uninspiring and visionary gang at the ministry continues in this deadbeat posture, His Excellency's desire for Guyana to advance to the 2026 World Cup would be nothing, Mr. Speaker, but a fleeting illusion. Culture. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance in his speech adumbrated that it is important that the moment be seized to harness and fortify our rich cultural diversity. Words beautifully put and accepted by us on this side. But sir, I shudder to think, and moreover, I'm of the belief that the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport don't understand this view. Sir, I have said it before, but I believe Stabrook News editorial in last Sunday's paper has encapsulated this position from an independent standpoint, which is very apt. It states the current Minister of Culture has never shown much enthusiasm for his portfolio. Has never, Mr. Speaker, or even for that matter, a sure grasp of what all aspects of it entails. It questioned, does the minister, Charles Ramson Jr., does he have any vision for this sector? This is an independent editorial articulating the very views that we on this side, Mr. Speaker, have been saying since the inception of the minister being at the ministry. Sir, I believe I have answered that question. I believe the head, the boss of the minister would have answered that question. I believe the minister himself knows the answer. We all have concluded, sir, that he does not hold the passion that is required, the vision that is required to lead this ministry. So I believe our uniqueness as a people of 6 different ethnicities, multi-religion, multicultural experiences, our customs, norms, food, music, dance, and all that makes us Guyanese presents the best opportunities for us, Mr. Speaker, as was articulated in my 2020 budget speech, for the promotion of brand Guyana. Mr. Speaker, with the award of $1.4 billion for culture and arts, if Guyana, for arts, for arts, Mr. Speaker, in Guyana, if we fail to recognize our country, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if we fail to continue not to recognize our country's most celebrated activity, which is matrimony, which I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I believe those on the other side share the view, embodies our Guyanese-ness in the truest sense. This celebration makes us unique from our Caribbean counterparts. This festival should be branded and promoted as our indigenous version of Carnival, Mr. Speaker. But this government, through its most incompetent minister, has deliberately failed to put the necessary resources to propel matrimony to the heights of Trinidad Carnival, Barbados Crop Over, St. Lucia Jazz Festival, and such like. Imagine, sir, MASH in 2020, MASH, Mr. Speaker, imagine for March 2023 was launched, and again, the minister who's responsible for this portfolio, Mr. Speaker, was visibly absent. Sir, I am very happy with all of the allocation for the recording studio, which was proposed by me in my 2022 budget debates, Mr. Speaker, which are now going to materialize and help benefit the talented and aspiring musician. Mr. Speaker, this is the maturity I long to see in budgets, where it is a reflection of the best ideas of our people. Sir, with this recording studio and the subsidies for recording artists, this will most definitely enhance Guyana's musical potential. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome this initiative, but more importantly, I am compelled to ask the Attorney General once more, Mr. Speaker, to see the importance of bringing copyright legislation to this House, Mr. Speaker, so that our gifted artists, our gifted musicians, our playwrights, our poets, Mr. Speaker, can benefit from their intellectual properties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a solemn duty as leaders in this country to understand that our most prized possession in this country is not our oil resources. It is our young people, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Education has taken a very magnanimous approach in leading this ministry, I believe, in the direction that it should go. And we are, as you have invited us to work with you, I am committed, like all of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, with regards to giving you all that is required, with regards to our best ideas to ensure that the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, and all of the ministries that provide service to the people of Ghana embodies what it takes, Mr. Speaker, to propel Ghana to the heights that it rightfully deserves. With regards to this budget, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that it does not encapsulate all of the ideas that the people of Ghana, the elected people of Ghana, has presented through their elected representative, I cannot wholeheartedly support this budget in its entirety. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now invite the Honorable Member, Mr. Alistair Charlie, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rebut to the last speaker, the Honorable German Figueroa. The Honorable Member in opposition now seems to have the answers, telling the government what to do. And this clearly shows, Mr. Speaker, the incompetence of the APNU, AFC when they were in government. Mr. Speaker, allow me first to congratulate the senior minister in the office of the president with responsibility for finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, and the staff of the Ministry of Finance to produce a budget that sets the framework for Guyana's growth and development, the forward movement of our people and their advancement. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is the embodiment of hope, the spirit of optimism, and the definition of one Guyana. It is not my intention, Mr. Speaker, to drag you and the Guyanese along an aimless road of negativity. It is not my intention, Mr. Speaker, to drag you and the Guyanese into a debate that seeks to castigate Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it is my intention to school the honorable opposition members. I will serve as a guide for them to come to the irrefutable position that Budget 2023 is good for the poor, working class people of this country, and has indeed. The measures are all laudable and will have an impact on the lives of the ordinary folks when its fiscal bite becomes a reality. Mr. Speaker, since assuming office in August 2020, the PPPC government has transformed the economic landscape of our country through its budgetary allocations. In the last 2 years in office, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC government has improved the quality of the country's social and physical infrastructure, improved access to shelter through the provision of housing to low-income families across the country, expanded the economic base of the country, Mr. Speaker, the economic base of the country, improve the competitiveness of the domestic economy, improve the country's human capital, strengthen the national institution responsible for safety and justice, and reduce poverty and inequality, maintain fiscal prudence, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, restored hope in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 national budget stands at $781.9 billion and coincides with the theme, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. The APNU-AFC, Mr. Speaker, and I will want to ask your permission, Mr. Speaker, to give a synopsis of their track record. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC legacy of moving Guyana backward did not start in 2015. It began much earlier. Since attaining a combined majority of 1 in the November 11 elections, the APNU-AFC weaponized the parliamentary process for selfish political gains at the expense of the Guyanese people's well-being. The APNU-AFC deliberately blocked $90 billion in programs designed by the PPPC government to benefit the Guyanese. Their goal was to weaken the ability of the PPPC government to deliver on its mandate while creating a political environment that fostered discontent among our people. As a political tactic, Mr. Speaker, they waged a campaign of misinformation in a calculated plan to design, distort, and obscure the truth. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC combined their operations and used their armory of tricks and deception to win political power with a parliamentary majority of 1. Rather than progressing their menu of promises as outlined in their manifesto, they mismanaged the resources of Guyana, harmed our democracy through unilateral and unconstitutional actions, incompetently negotiated many state contracts, bungled by key investment opportunities, and in the process damaged prospects and the economic well-being of Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC suppressed the work of constitutional bodies such as the Integrity Commission and the Audit Office by reducing their budget and curtailing their independence. Through their actions, Mr. Speaker, they have been found to be the most incompetent government in our entire independent history. Mr. Speaker, one of their first acts of the APNU AFC in office was to offer themselves and their inner cabal huge salary increases, leaving behind scores of nurses, teachers, members of the discipline services, and other workers. They promised to end expenditure wastage, but instead, Mr. Speaker, they more than double spending on international travel by an increase over $1 billion during their tenure. They spent over $2 billion on dietary supplies. They increased spending on security service by over $2 billion and rental and maintenance of buildings and equipment by over $3 billion. If that was not enough, Mr. Speaker, they then embark on a program that ignores
back, folks. Welcome back to our program as we continue to cover and analyze what is happening in Budget 2023 debates. Myself, Randolph Pritchell, and Chiniki Haynes. Thank you very much for continuing to stay with the live broadcast. We encourage you also to share the live stream. Let others know that we are live and we are covering what the opposition is saying, their debate presentations. And of course, we're interviewing the MPs as they come off the floor. We heard the presentation from Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, Ramson Jr. After that, of course, we heard our Shadow Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, MP Drummond Figueroa, and we are privileged to have him live with us here. MP, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Great. Now we have so many things to unpack. We know as we've been observing, there's limited time on the floor for you to get into all of what you would have wanted to. I know you had to cut your speech short. So we're giving you an opportunity now to kind of dig in and talk about some of the things. But I want to start with an overview of your thoughts about Budget 2023, your general thoughts of it.
Well, essentially, the people who really matters are of the view that the budget doesn't provide them with the immediate relief to cushion the extremely high cost of living that is affecting them and their families.
Yeah.
So a budget should be about people. We understand that infrastructure is equally important, but I think the people's priority should be utmost for any government. And I don't believe the budget in its entirety has really captured that human aspect of ensuring that the people's lives are actually better. Imagine we have countless thousands of public servants who work diligently every day for this government, and they would have waited with bated breaths to know exactly what is it in it for them, because the fact of the matter is, with regards to how long a budget is, at the end of the day, the average Guyanese, the ordinary man out there, is primarily concerned with regards to what is it in it for me personally. They understand that roads and bridges and drains are important. But what is primary of utmost importance for them is what is it in it for me, how this budget will impact my life, my family's life. And I don't believe this budget, in essence, would have actually covered that human aspect of it. Those pittance is unacceptable.
I mean, when you talk about that, people say, it's like you fix up your body so nicely, but everything inside of you is rotting. And that is really the most important part of your body, not just the hair and, you put on some makeup like women do or things like that. And the budget is suited that way. But I know you went into a lot of things. You went on the floor
Before you go there, I want to follow up on what you said and,
Okay.
and kind of put an analogy out there what somebody said. They said, fine, you can do our roads, but we're going to just be able to reach to the market faster. But when we reach to the market, the price we still can't buy anything. And so that's the sense of what this budget focused on, a lot of infrastructure. Right? You could continue. Sorry.
So you went in, of course, Ramson came before you, barely talking anything about his the ministry that he covers, his portfolio. He went on about everything that had nothing to do with him in this regard. That's how I saw it in this presentation. And you just went in for the kill on the real issues. And we'll give you that opportunity to explain some more. I know you did not really get to touch on youth. So before we get to what you really did deal with in your debate, I'd like you to be able to say something to our viewers on what you didn't get to say in your speech.
Well, I actually have a number of things I really wanted to say. Young people are, in my view, the most important human resource that a country has. It is the most important asset for a country's development. The future of Ghana is primarily going to be dependent on our young people, how we treat our young people, how we prepare our young people to take leadership and more so to lead this country. And I'm disappointed that the ministry, in essence, have not really provided that what is required to prepare our young people for the future of this oil-rich economy that they are going to inherit.
Yeah.
And being an opposition or even a politician, and put forward an argument, some may say you're biased, you're not fair. But I believe the Starbuck News editorial in Sunday's paper last really gave an independent view of which we were saying ever since. And Starbuck News had said eloquently in that editorial that the minister with responsibility for youth, sports, and culture has never shown any enthusiasm for that ministry. And they question if the minister really understands what his portfolio truly entails. This is Starbuck News is saying this and asking such a profound question. And it is a question we believe we would have answered. I believe it is a question that the minister is in denial to accept the truth of his unworthiness of such a portfolio. I believe he has one of the most important education deals with youth as well. So a lot of people say education is important, and I agree. But the education is for who? It is for the young people of this country. How are we tailoring our young people now? Because not every youth is academically inclined. Some are gifted with their hands. Some are gifted with God-given talents. How are we going to ensure that we nurture and identify those unique skill set that these young people have, so that they can eke out a living and contribute to the national development of our patrimony? And I believe the ministry continues to fail in that regard, and we have to continue to highlight his flaw. I think he's myopic in his views. I think he's very immature. He cannot accept constructive criticism and see it for the good in what it is, to actually help him, to propel him to do better. I mean, I would have every single budget have provided not only criticisms, but solutions. I believe that the minister, if he incorporates it in his mandate, Guyanese young people actually benefit much more in what the government should be offering to the young people of Ghana.
And you said something there about the importance of the ministry. The problem is that the minister does not see that ministry as important. He has his own ambitions about where he wants it to be. So his passion is not there. I want to kind of focus in on something that the minister would have said in his presentation just before you. He said that the highlight of the cultural calendar was the cricket carnival. And to kind of hold up carnival as the highlight of our cultural calendar speaks volumes. And we know that Mashimani is less than a month away. And we have not seen the excitement. We have not seen the fervor and the zest on the part of the government and the ministry. as they were doing with Carnival. And I know you spoke to that. I want you to continue. And is it that this government is purposely minimizing the masher money in favor of Carnival?
Well, like I said, we have articulated the very view what the editorial in Starbuck News would have encapsulated, in which it questioned if the minister really understands the magnitude of what his portfolio embodies. And the fact that the minister would want to say that the CPL is the most important aspect for the ministry to present itself as a cultural piece is so disappointing, because the CPL is a private franchise. You have to bid for it. He articulated that view. He said we bid for it. So how can you want to showcase that as if it's our own? Mushroom money is our own. I believe mushroom money has been shortchanged, and the failure to invest the necessary resources to make mushroom money what it can be, the minister continues to be a dismal failure in that regard. Mushroom money, in my view, encapsulate our true Guyaneseness. Every ethnicity in this country, every religion, every Guyanese participate in mushroom.
Every sector, every ministry,
the makeup of Guyana is the embodiment of this cultural piece we call Mashamani. It is our indigenous piece that I believe presents a unique opportunity for Guyana to be branded. If you want to sell the Cricket Carnival, Mashamani should be an annex to that. Why it can't be Guyana's Cricket Mashamani? Because Mashamani in itself is a reflection of some aspects of Carnival, but it has a Guyanese stake in it, which is unique. And that is something, exactly, that is our brand. And I believe we are failing as a country, we're failing as a nation. The ministry continues to fail in ensuring that brand Guyana is known for what are we known for? I believe Mashimani presents an opportunity because all of Guyana embrace this cultural piece. And I believe this is an opportunity for us to put our brand on that as a country and sell it to the world.
Talk tourism. If we sell it right, we can have, just like every other Caribbean country, have persons venturing when they have carnival. People will come to Mashromani. If we have somebody sitting in the seat that understands what they need to do.
And I know that you touched on sport also, and most importantly for me is this idea that the monies that we're spending in sport is we see the returns on the investment, and you mentioned that you can expound on that, whether or not these billions, 3 billion last year, 4 billion this year, is there any structure in place that we can see the returns on those investments?
Well, Critchlow, I mean, I believe you and I share a passion for sports and culture as well, and sports in itself also presents an opportunity for Guyana to be branded out there. I mean, sports presents a global position with regards to being known to the rest of the world. Take Usain Bolt, for example. Everyone knows where he's from because of his athletic prowess. We're saying we have opportunities right here in Guyana to partner with our Caribbean counterparts who have excelled in sports in the different sporting arenas and bring them. You understand? Promote activities so that we can spot talents and nurture those talents so that our young people can get the best of what sports actually offer. So they can see a career, a life in participating in sport. And I am saddened that in all of the years, we have not seen or had a plan where there's a transition phase from phase 1 to phase 2, where we see a trajectory of an increase in the performance of our athletes at every level. Because you can be a star athlete. You could make in international timing at the secondary school level. And after that level, after you finish high school, what's next for you?
How much of that is down to the lack of a sports policy?
Well, most definitely, it is because we don't have a sports policy. You don't see the need to make the necessary investment so that our young people can benefit from all that sports has to offer. So many young people in Ghana, look, Region 10, I have always said, is a talent basket of Guyana. And I don't say that whimsically. We have many evidence that suggests that our region has a plethora of talented young people. And with all of the disadvantages that we have, imagine all of the sporting facilities in our preparation for the national schools track and field athletics championship. We had none.
Correct.
But this was raw talent of our young people. So imagine these young people going out and train for a week and is able to compete with people all across Guyana, at least who have access to the national stadium, who have access to Lenoro. And we came and beat every single region, and we have done it consecutively. 6 consecutive championships we have won, and we have also won 17 championships in total. No other,
the only other district that competes
region
is North Georgetown, I believe.
Not only that, when we talk about sports, there is no rivalry in this country. Either athletics, football, basketball, when it comes to rivalry, without Linden's participation, without Region 10's participation, because Kokwani is also a part of Region 10, and they have the best youth basketball players in this entire country. So Linden has what it takes, but it requires an injection of resources. It requires a strategic and focused plan for us to ensure that the benefits are derived from our athletes. They have over 40 Olympic sports that many countries participate in. Guyana needs to focus primarily on just a few. Let us look and do a SWOT analysis with regards to all of the disciplines that exist in the country, and let us strategically make decisions with regards to which sports that we participate in locally, and identify which presents the best opportunities for us to excel at a national and international platform, which can actually make us competitive to the point that we can actually win medals. And I see a lot of those sports right here in Guyana, but it needs focus, it needs attention, and it needs a tailored approach with a developmental plan to ensure that our young people are given the best opportunities. We don't even have 10 qualified athletics coach in this country. We don't have 10 A-licensed football coaches in this country. We have been in existence for so long. Why is it that government isn't taking a serious approach? And we could say we didn't have the resources then, but we have abundance of resources now. All it requires is a focus and a minister who understands the portfolio and the responsibility that comes with managing such a portfolio for this country.
Definitely. And you know, just to follow up on that, and I can add, we have been saying this all day, and we can repeat it. Every single MP that sits in that seat says the same thing about their portfolio and the ministry that they're shadowing. It seems to be that things are happening in an ad hoc manner. We see the minister say he opened some academy, right? You know, what about the consultation about this synthetic track? As you're talking about Linden is getting their synthetic track. Why is it that we moved till to Region 6 to put the track there and not in Georgetown?
And we haven't even completed. We heard the Minister of Finance for some reason made I
said it's complete.
Say that it was an honest mistake of some form, that these tracks were completed. And you know, and as we passed there when we went to I think Linden recently, there isn't even much work happening on those tracks as we see.
What is the update on that, though, in terms of Linden and the track?
But before I answer that question, you mentioned the minister referencing academy.
Yes.
Listen, I have the view that the minister don't understand the concept of what an academy really is. You have not provided the facilities, first of all, to ensure that young people going to be trained are given the best of what an academy offers. You don't have the qualified coaches. You don't have the technical personnel. You're not providing the nutrition that is required. You're not providing all that it requires to ensure that this, what you call an academy, is actually what it should be. Because an academy is more than just providing some football
Yes.
and a man with a whistle and some young people, and you provide them with a juice and a sandwich. It is more than that. It is a systematic developmental approach to ensure that the craft, the skill is learned at a fundamental level. The technical aspect of it is learned, and it is done in a strategic and tailored manner. Because you cannot have young people going there and we don't have people who don't understand what is required, because you could have those young people injure themselves.
Correct.
And if they injure themselves, what system is in place to ensure that those young people are given the best care? So we have to understand, talking that we set up an academy, in essence, what really is it? The ministry don't have no program that I can go onto their website and have an understanding of what it is that they envisage to be an academy. And parents have to question these things when they're sending their children to these facilities to participate. And I understand parents want their students to be involved in a structured thing. But besides that, there's so many unanswered questions that the ministry continues to fail to provide many portions here in Ghana.
Yeah.
So true, so true.
Definitely. As we wrap up, and we those persons who are joining us now.
Our MP is already
Yes,
on the floor.
yes. I think
I
we
just
want to
know
thank
that
MP Figueroa for coming in and sharing his thoughts on budget 2023, and we'll take you right back to the floor as we continue with budget debates 2023.
As we hear our MP, Ms. Maureen Philadelphia, regional MP for region number 4, present.
That community was developed under the PPPC over 2 decades ago. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, under 6211, $21,320,000 was requested. A paltry sum of $18,230,000 was received. This year, 36 million was requested again. Only 26.2 was allocated. How can the office function effectively? How, Honorable Dharamlal? I say the color of your heart. Paint. I trust that your heart can speak to you, honorable member, and that the Gaffurs has it in stock so you can purchase. That 6211 is the council's budget, and when it is treated this way, the constituencies suffer. All Guyanese must be comfortable when the continuous discriminatory and dictatorial. There were budget discussions, sir, this year. We still see the shameless act based on what was.
After you reminded yourself skillfully navigating that.
Withdraw with your guidance, sir. More. Only 9 were catered for in this mass budget of the Cooperative Oil Republic of Guyana. Sir, While I commend the Minister of Education with her sterling contribution, I must admit that some parts were riddled with inaccuracy, of which I'm going to address shortly. In 2022, $72.8 billion was received towards world-class education in Guyana. So secondary could not have been completed then, but years later, I recall in 2021 when I questioned the honorable member, she said, yet here and now, school is now being completed. Further to that, Mr. Chairman, the honorable member mentioned that no school was built, whether started or completed under the APNU. May I remind the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, that as I stand here, I'm heading one of Guyana premier nursery institutions was built under the APNU AFC government. I further say, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Eastville Secondary School, Eastville Nursery School was constructed, Good Hope Nursery School was constructed, and of course, I can recall Christianburg Primary School was under construction. The minister said, no, not one, and so I beg to correct that anomaly. I want to ask, is this how we want to cater for education? Honorable Manichan for the states. Honorable Manichan for the state, Mr. Goods and services and ensure that all institutions benefit from there. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that schools are starved of textbooks and other accessories, coupled with flooding and infrastructural deficiencies, not limited to electrical, plumbing, and other aesthetics. In 2023, Mr. Speaker, a whopping $94.4 billion has been allocated to education. I trust that the deficiencies mentioned above are catered for. Mr. Speaker, I further want to remember what was said by the Honorable Priya Manichan, how much monies are spent to ensure that SEN education is adequately catered for, but yet too many buses that was requested by Region 4 to take our SEN learners to and from school was denied. Again, minibus requested to ensure that our learners on the highway get to and from school. Again, that was denied. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the legacy of the coalition. We said it and we proved it. Bus, boats, bicycles, and breakfast. School attendance and school performance improved as a result of initiatives such as the public education and transportation system, which was aimed at combating high truancy and dropout rates by providing same. Mr. Speaker, there should be support for us at-risk students. Programs that provide targeted support for at-risk students, such as those living in poverty or experiencing behavioral or emotional difficulties, can help to keep these students in school. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, I saw a breakaway at one of our premier secondary school.
Let's take a breakaway now and ask for a suspension. Sorry, an extension for you to conclude.
Suspension. Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I beg that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Member, you may continue to conclude in 5 minutes.
Sir, these should include counseling, academic support, and extracurricular activities. Sir, I know that the ministry would have introduced the guidance and counseling in secondary schools, but it is woefully inadequate. Sir, we were deliberate in developing our human resources with the construction of technical and vocational education and training hubs at Bina Hill, Mandia, Letem, and Mabura Bridge, to bridge the gap between interland and coastland while enhancing interland access to post-secondary education. Sir, the poor and vulnerable will not benefit from this budget in its current form. Nothing suggests that the village economy will begin to grow and people's lives will be impacted. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I remind us of the words of reggae legend Buju Banton's song, Untold Stories. I am living while I'm living, to the Father I will pray. Only Him know how we get through every day. With all the hikes in the price, arm and leg we have to pay, while our leaders play. Who can afford to run will run, but what about those who can't? They will have to stay. I say to my Guyanese, hold the strain, hold the strain, change will come. As a result, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this, sir, I cannot support this budget in this form.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Sipal Narain.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to have this opportunity to speak the budget 2023. Indeed, the budget, when implemented, will take us further down the developmental path and bring us closer to our national goals. Budget 2023 envisage a steadily developing country where our people live in a cohesive and modern society, where their dreams are made possible, and where families can make meaningful contributions to our country. These, Mr. Speaker, I see as the lofty ideals Budget 2023 is set against, as we strive for equality and ensure the fruits of development are shared by everyone. As I've listened to the debate and comments outside of this August House, Mr. Speaker, I've come to two realizations. One, Mr. Speaker, the APNU and the AFC, since the budget presentation, have not advanced anything meaningfully. Several presenters from that side of the House, rather than constructive submissions, have resorted to divisive rhetoric. Mr. Speaker, I understand the opposition excluding, of course, the Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, apart from the depression of divorce, they have nothing to say. Maybe it is as Vice President Dr. Barajagdeo said, they do not understand the construct of Budget 2023. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the honorable members on that side of the House to enjoin the government in advancing a program benefiting all Guyanese. But I wonder, is the opposition really committed to nation building, or is it all huff and puff?
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, these debates articulate policies and measures advanced in Budget 2023. Though we may be distracted by the spuriousness emanating from the now divorced coalition, I do not believe, Mr. Speaker, our Guyanese brothers and sisters can fully grasp from these exchanges what is in store for them. Indeed, Budget 2023 is wide-ranging and comprehensive. And as I commend it, I am confident that the government, after we wrap up our debate, will continue to lay out the budget's plans and programs. Our Guyanese family, as His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali puts it, must know what their government has in store for them. Budget 2023 has been hailed, Mr. Speaker, as history-making and transformative.
Thank you very much for staying tuned to our program, our live program throughout the day as we follow what is happening with the budget debates 2023. From the opposition side of things, we're going to bring our program to a close this evening as Mr. Sipal Narain is on the floor from the government side. We just heard from Ms. Maureen Philadelphia, who is, of course, the MP representing region number 4. Representing the opposition side. And so we are going to be bringing the program to a close as we look forward to tomorrow, of course, on our pages. All our pages, you'll see the lineup for tomorrow, so you can check that out. We'll be starting, of course, at between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow morning. So stay tuned, and we hope that you continue to share the live stream. We continue to let people know that Budget 2023, the breakdown, the analysis show is on APNUAFC and all our affiliate pages. On behalf of the production team, Mr. Weeks, and of course my co-host Shanika Haynes, we want to say thank you very much for joining us and hope that you will join us tomorrow. Of course, we'll be starting with a conversation with Ms. Maureen Philadelphia tomorrow morning as we look forward to all of our MPs. The Budget 2023 debates continue. My name is Randolph Critchlow. Do enjoy the rest of the evening. As I always say, let's continue to work together for national development.